The truth is, they're as dumb as they come.
What's going on, freaks? Alright. How the hell's it going out there? Hey, there's 6 Kids UK and Shosana and Lisa V. Alright. Well, Lisa sent me the sort of a story on this crazy situation going on in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So I figured we'd do most of the show on that. But at the beginning here, we're gonna bring up Angelica Brophy, because they found a body sort of in the same general area. I'll show you exactly where that was, as location is evidence, you guys. Okay, good for you. All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and... just driving by the house isn't going to do anything different than looking at street view, you know what I mean? All right, so here we go. We got mystery deepens as cops say body found near mountain. This is Angelica Brophy really quick. Mystery deepens as cops say body found near mountain where SoCal mom vanished is not hers. Human remains have been found in the area where California ER nurse Angelica Brophy vanished last month. Hey, thanks, Cheryl Bullock. But officials said they do not appear to be those of the mom, deepening the case's mystery. A volunteer search and rescue team found the remains Wednesday in an embankment near the 33,000 block of South Grade Road in Palma Valley. Investigators did not enter the area at the time because of the harsh terrain and approaching darkness. A San Diego County Sheriff's Department patrol vehicle and a search and rescue truck with the sheriff's office were later seen near mile 4. Yeah, it's not really... They kind of messed up the way they wrote it down. And they still say there's no foul play suspected in her disappearance. So you'd think, wow, that would be her. So that story, it's like, she is at home, then she takes one of her children to a camp, and then had somebody else take her home, pick her up later, like, hey, I'm not going to pick her up, so, got a friend, some other mom to do it. And then she went to a casino, and then to use her reward points, gambling probably, and then left the casino and went up to a park. And, I guess inside the car was her phone and purse and stuff like that. The only thing that she apparently took with her was a watch and her clothing, and then the watch pinged sort of near this trail heading up into the mountains, and that's it. She just disappeared off the face of the earth. So let me go to there. Yeah, so I have all this mapping stuff going on because of it. So she dropped her kid off at a camp, and she lived over here. I guess there's a home over there too, so she worked here and then lived here. So this is where she lives or lived, and this is the hospital she was a nurse at. And then right over here is the casino that she was gambling at, right here, or whatever she was doing there. And then from there, she drove up into the hills up here, and then made it all the way to this park, and then parked into this exact stall where my pin is right there. And then apparently her watch pinged right over here in this area. And then she just vanished. But there's just such a huge, vast area up there. I just think she's over here somewhere. They never found her. I think she went up there and took her own life. But you know, you guys, every time I do these shows, if you guys could help support the channel, it'd be nice to have one of those shows where I don't have to mention it one time and we're just kicking ass. Alright, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great. Alright, so anyways, here's a video on Facebook right here. And by the way, Sandy, don't put your email in the chat, okay? That's ludicrous to do. Yeah, so it's not mile marker 4. It's, well, hell, you know, it's kind of weird how they worded it, but I think it's 47.4, you know, that point, so it's 47.4, not mile marker 4. And then I went around and I found it, and that mile marker is right here. You know, and it's sort of an interesting area. This is where a body was found. Somebody smelled decomposition, and it's right here. So that same mile marker that you're looking at is this one right here. See that 47.4, and right there. I mean, that's it. So I think it's interesting that there's a pull off here. So it's like a body dump area, right? Like you pull up here, you're on this little pull out and then dump. I mean, if the body was around somewhere else, you might think somebody hit the person or whatever, right? But this is different than that. That means she came up here, or you know, the person. We don't know if it's a guy or a girl. Some reporting is saying it's a male. Somebody, you know, not reporting, but just people talking about it. So the right here is the location. I just thought that was interesting that it's a pull off right there. I know, but you put it in. Somebody said that you put it in the chat the other day. Not tonight. A different day. Just don't do that. Yeah, I don't know. We're covering this one. If you want to send me an email, Jody, that'd be great. But you know, why not just focus in on this one tonight? So yeah, you know, it's right there. I mean, look how crazy. This is the same road that Angelica Brophy drove on to get to the camping spot, right? So she's right there, drives up like this, comes up, winds around this windy road, all the way up into, I guess right there, you turn off, and then you wind up, go all the way up here, and then at the last part, you wind around there, and then you come, I think there's a point where, yeah, right around, you drive on that same road all the way around, and then this is the station where you get your ticket that she got, and then you drive in. You know, I think, I'm not sure, I think there's a road right there that goes across and around and in there. Okay, Sandy, you haven't done it. Okay, great. All right. Somebody said that you did. So yeah, it's crazy that they actually found a body just in the same general area on the same road that she would have been on. You know, I think decomposition can linger for a while. You know, so I don't know if this is, you know, how long the person was there. If they were just there for a couple days, then it's absolutely not related. But if they determine it was around the same time, that might make it more interesting. I mean, then you start picturing a scenario where she was up there meeting, you know, maybe somebody and was caught with somebody, and then somebody else killed both of them or something and threw one off the side of the road there. You go up and you know, I don't know. That just seems crazy to have a body within 3 miles of her where she went missing on the same road, kind of a random road up onto the mountain. But stranger things have happened. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's traveled if people go to the park. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of interesting. It's like, what if she went up to the park to meet somebody and then was caught doing that? Or, the person related to him caught, who knows? And then, I don't know. I mean, it's just so weird. It's on the same road that you would take to get out of there. I wouldn't be shocked if somehow that person has an association. It would be incredibly like, whoa, it's just totally interesting at that point. But it wouldn't shock me if there's no connection either. It's just one of those things where, wow, this could be, it's 3 miles away on the same road that she was on. But hey, guys, any chance you could help support the channel tonight? Last night was just an absolute struggle, and we're sort of down that same route tonight. So if you have the ability, that would be great. We're getting close to halfway through the month. We did donate $500 the other night. So if you have the ability, that would be awesome. Hey, look, it's the old Daphne. Right below Cindy, Skipper, and Gilligan. That's amazing. And would you guys mind commenting tonight? We are doing that. Like, it's just no comments are happening in the chat. I'm not sure why you guys are like that. It's so boring for me if you guys aren't communicating. It seems like it would be more interesting. I'll just wait for you guys to start typing. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Hey, whoa, look at that. We got Phyllis Watson's going to do a challenge. But the way the challenges work is if other people actually do them. Marty did one last night, and only one person did anything. I mean, it was amazing. All right. So that's kind of the update on Angelica Brophy. What that means, I don't know, but it is kind of interesting that there's a body that close to the area up here. I mean, it's right there. It's like 3 miles. Let me see if I just did as the crow flies from right here to there. That's 2.6 miles away. Did you guys see that challenge up there? It's the only way to get, we got to get the challenges moving. So 5 different people donate a $5 or 5 different people donate a channel membership, then she'll send in 5 all by herself, meaning 5 memberships. So if you get, it'll be 2 for 1 on your end to help support the channel. My channel relies on you guys during the show. Hey, there you go. There's Joel Burnt. And Haley. Thanks, Haley. Okay, now we're going to switch over to the crazy case that's going on right now. I think we're just going to go over the whole damn thing. It might take a while. I think this is going to be one of the most complex. It's going to make Rex Heuermann look easy. This thing is nuts, this case right here. I think this person's absolutely a serial killer, and maybe even his father, in my opinion. It might turn out to be something different, but... Well, there's 2 of them, you guys. We need 3 more. Let's see if we can just get one challenge out of the way early. That'd be great. Thank you, Michelle H. And by the way, Cindy's one that sent me, broke the news to me that there was a body found up there. So thank you for that one, Cindy. Yeah, this is him right here in the picture on my screen. This guy right here, look. That's what he looks like. I thought it'd be cool to make it fit the look of my screen, but that's exactly what he looks like. And then put him as a picture. Maybe I'll do that on different cases where you can see, the person down below like that. Yep, let's see if we can get to those other 2, you guys. Yeah, his ears are really low. Like if he was looking straight, if the camera was tilted correctly, his ears would be way below his eyes. No doubt about that. Hey, look at that. It's Wild Bill Wassman. You got another tournament coming up this weekend? Yeah, I got a ton of different folders in here. I was just thinking, it's hard to... Like, I'm just going to go back in time on this case, all right? So there's actually 2 different people. There is a Eugene Horsch, and then his father, Raymond Horsch. And Raymond, I guess, died in 2025, even though Ben Verified doesn't have him dead. Yeah, he's still alive. So, I mean, back then, but he's dead now. He died, I guess, in May of 2025. I have a press conference also. I don't know. Do you guys think it'd be better to start with that, just so you kind of know and then we go into it? I think that might be the better way to do it. All right, here we go. Yeah, it's hard to hear the questions, but I think you can kind of tell what they're saying on the inference. But we'll start the press conference right after we get the 5th challenge here, because during a press conference it just dies down dramatically. So let's see if we can get that 5th one in there and reach Phyllis Watson's challenge. Who's going to do it? Oh, you're in the hospital again? You doing that electrolyte thing? I mean, you sort of have to do that every once in a while, right? He goes in there a lot, Cindy. You probably aren't around enough to know, but yeah, he does electrolyte stuff. Can we get the 5th challenge, please? Ah, God, you guys. He's been in there like 2 or 3 times. He has some kind of what is it? Crohn's or something. And has to go in and replenish his electrolytes. It's like every month he does this, or 2 months or so. I don't know. He told me. I don't remember what the time frame is, but I mean, it doesn't even matter if you drink a lot of fluids and everything, right? I mean, it's going to happen regardless, right? It's just kind of a slow change, and then it gets better, right? Once they get you on your fluids, and then it happens again, right? Thank you, Phyllis Watson and Joel Burnt there. Thanks, Joel Burnt. Yeah. Okay, so do you guys want to listen to this now, or? Here we go.
Okay. Good afternoon.
I had to like really fix the audio on this sucker. I mean, this is the questions. I mean, I don't even know if you can hear them at all, but there was one channel and it was like, 30 decibels. It was so low, So I had to boost it way up and then put two channels in. So at least I think you can hear it better.
My name is Inspector Ray Evers. I'm the commanding officer of the Detective Bureau. With me today is Ayanna Green Davis. She's from the Office of Community Advocacy and Engagement, to my left. And to my right is Chief Inspector Charles Layton. He's the commanding officer of the Detective Bureau. What we're going to do is give a recap on the 417 Chew Avenue investigation. But prior to starting the recap, I'm going to mention a couple things. One is going to be transparency. We will be transparent in this investigation. It's very complex and
I mean, this is really creepy, you guys. When you listen to this, if you haven't heard anything about this yet, I think it's one of the creepiest sounding cases I've ever seen. I mean, it is, you can tell these guys are sort of in shock themselves.
protracted. There will be times when we could say we just don't know because we just don't know at that time. But we're going to strive to get the answers and justice for victims. Sensitivity. Asking everyone to be sensitive to the issues here around these victims. Respect.
I'm actually kind of shocked that this isn't a bigger story, The
Philadelphia Police
I was actually wondering that, Wild Bill, because I didn't see you yesterday. But hopefully you'll be out in the next day or two.
Department is going to respect the victims and their families. I'm going to start out with a short recap of the investigation, and it kind of started on
Thanks,
June
Dave,
19th, February, June 19th, 8 a.m. at 6th and Market Streets. United States Park police officer conducted a car stop pedestrian investigation at that location. The vehicle was a BMW. In the vehicle were two passengers, a passenger and a driver. The driver was a Eugene Horsch. He's a 44-year-old male from 417 Chew Avenue. The passenger is a white female, provided fake ID in the name of Blair Tonzelli. During the course of this investigation, the street investigation, two illegal handguns were recovered from that vehicle, around $8,000 of illegal drugs, which were crack cocaine, heroin, and marijuana, and a DEA badge with credentials. Eugene Horsch's picture was on that ID.
What the hell's that box?
During the debriefing process, the name Blair Tonzelli came up again, and we learned through that debriefing process that we may never see her again. Later on that day, and this is Friday into Saturday, the 19th and the 20th, the DEA and officers from the Philadelphia Police Department assigned to the Federal Task Force served a search warrant at 417 Chew Avenue. Recovered another illegal gun, gun parts, a marijuana grow operation with a street value of over $280,000. Another badge, this time it was an FBI badge with credentials, again with Eugene Horsch's picture on it. Also in the house were 5 urns containing what we believe is the cremated remains. The DEA contacted Tom Walsh. He's the lieutenant in homicide. Homicide opens an investigation on 417 Chew Avenue and the disappearance of Blair Tonzelli. Over the next several days, the homicide unit and special victims, and this is part of the long-term missing person group, conducted several interviews, followed up on the IDs found in 417 Chew Street, and re-interviewed the friends of Blair Tonzelli.
I think this guy's it's a serial killer, father and son.
On Friday, June 25th, another search warrant was served at 417 Chew Avenue. At this time, it was led by the homicide unit, crime scene, ATF, and a bomb disposal unit. Found at this time during this search warrant what appeared to be some type of lab or home lab in the basement, various containers containing an unknown oily substance, and over 50 pieces of electronic devices, and this is hard drives, computers, thumb drives, things of that nature. Mike Garvey, who is the director of forensic science, led the investigation during the processing of the crime scene, and he determined the magnitude of the collection process that we have to go through our crime scene unit and the unknown chemicals. We would need assistance. Sunday, June 27th, a call was made through the commissioner to the FBI, and we got the assistance of the FBI evidence recovery team. They came up from Quantico, Virginia, to assist in processing this scene. We processed that home lab and the components, the containers of that unknown substance, and all that digital evidence. Tuesday, June 29th, Deputy Commissioner Venori's head of investigations put together an investigative team to investigate what's going on in 417 Chew Avenue. That's included homicide, our special victims long-term missing persons group, our Delaware Valley Intelligence Center.
Hey, hold on, I'm going to rewind it a little bit. It's pretty complicated.
The DEA contacted Tom Walsh. He's the lieutenant in homicide. Homicide opens an investigation on 417 Chew Avenue and the disappearance of Blair Tonzelli. Over the next several days, the homicide unit and special victims, and this is part of the long-term missing person group, conducted several interviews, followed up on the IDs found in 417 Chew Street, and re-interview the friends of Blair Tonzelli. On Friday, June 25th, another search warrant was served at 417 Chew Avenue. At this time, it was led by the homicide unit, crime scene, ATF, and a bomb disposal unit. Found at this time during this search warrant what appeared to be some type of lab or home lab in the basement, various containers containing an unknown oily substance, and over 50 pieces of electronic devices, and this is hard drives, computers, thumb drives, things of that nature. Mike Garvey, who is the director of forensic science, led the investigation during the processing of the crime scene.
See, it sort of sounds like drugs, you know. Oh, hey, that's nothing like that at all. Here, listen to this.
And he determined the magnitude of the collection process that we have to go through our crime scene unit and the unknown chemicals. We would need assistance. Sunday, June 27th, a call was made through the commissioner to the FBI, and we got the assistance of the FBI evidence recovery team. They came up from Quantico, Virginia, to assist in processing this scene. We processed that home lab and the components, the containers of that unknown substance, and all that digital evidence. Tuesday, June 29th, Deputy Commissioner Venori's head of investigations put together an investigative team to investigate what's going on in 417 Chew Avenue. That's included homicide, our special victims long-term missing persons group, our Delaware Valley Intelligence Center, representatives from the District Attorney's Office, and our partners in the FBI and other law enforcement partners. These are some of the investigative findings. We have served over 95 search warrants to date on the house and its contents. The FBI has been a tremendous asset in this investigation and helped us with collecting the evidence and processing the evidence. July 9th, FBI certified K-9 team from the Jersey State Police searched the house and the premises around the house. July 22nd, I know many of you were out there at the location of 417 Chew Avenue. That's when we served the search warrant again on that property to remove the sewer line, the lateral, and the trap. And we wanted to examine the contents in that sewer line. July 27th, the 20-plus containers with the unknown substance was delivered to a special lab in Chicago for testing and analysis. The beginning of August, the digital evidence that we served search warrants on started coming in. We utilized the RCFL, and that's the Regional Computer Forensic Lab. The amount of information and digital evidence that we got was astonishing.
Yeah, this is where it gets really creepy.
The investigators in that investigative group, we have to look over 600,000 images, 70,000 videos, and over 10,000 pages of writings, manuscripts, and drawings. We have to review and organize those. Why do I say this? This investigation will take time. There's a lot of evidence to go through. While searching the first hard drive, homicides detectives found the images and video of what appeared to be two deceased females. Those females have been identified. We know who they are. This is new territory for the homicide unit in Philadelphia. Usually when we have a homicide investigation, we have a body, we have body parts. This time we do not. This has turned into a death investigation, again, will be protracted. This is taking all the energy of some really, really senior detectives in homicide to solve exactly what's going on here. We consulted with the medical examiner's office. We met with them several times.
Also a lot creepier now.
And in summary, they stated the following. This is from the medical examiner. Based on the video and photo evidence.
I mean, prior to this, you would just think that they were drug dealers, really. This is where it's the creep factor, serial killer shit.
If the images in the video are real and not altered in any way, then based on their review, the ME would believe the individuals depicted in the images are deceased. However, without having an actual body or body parts to physically examine, the ME cannot conclusively declare them deceased. Therefore, the ME cannot provide a death certificate or determine the cause of death. The only entity that will be able to declare the individuals deceased without a body will be the Philadelphia Orphans Court. After meeting with the medical examiner, we met with the command staff, the investigative team, and the executive team. The determination was made that we had a duty and obligation to notify the families of the two females. 10 a.m. this morning, homicide detectives, Director Green, and the ME's office made the first notification. That first female is Maribel Fresses, F-R-E-S-S-E-S-S. She's 27. She was born in 1990. Last seen February 2018. About 2 hours later, we made the second notification. That female is named Gabrielle Amarando, A-M-A.
Yeah, this one, this is her right there, this girl right there. That's Maribel Fresses, right here.
A-R-A-N-D-O, born in 1990. She's been missing since September 2012. As I said, this is going to be a very complex, long investigation. Our goal is to bring justice.
And this is her right there, this girl, Gabrielle Amarando, missing since 2012. Yeah, that's really crazy. So if they're together and they're deceased, or did they keep one of them alive in that house for a long time? I mean, she was missing since 2012, and the other one, Maribel, was only missing since 2018, but apparently there's video of them together.
This is to the families. There will be an increased police activity.
Thank you,
at
Haley.
417 Chew Avenue. Our work is not done there. From Commissioner Bethel, we need your help. I'm going to give you two numbers. One is our tip line, 215-686-TIPS. And if you want to speak personally to a homicide investigator working on this case, 215-686-3334. Going to open it up to questions. But again, we have a lot of information, a lot of digital information that we still have to go through. That first hard drive.
I mean, he says somewhere in here where those two girls were alive in the video, and then they're dead in another video.
It's maybe 5 to 7% of what we have to look at. There's a lot to look at. There's a protracted investigation, but we have the best investigators working on this case right now. I'll open it up.
You can't really, I can't make it. I tried. I gave it a shot. It's just so quiet.
We believe the videos are from inside 417.
So the videos were taken inside of that house. So that's good news. That means they didn't purchase some snuff film or something, like, and they're not responsible. This was filmed in their own house.
Shoe Avenue. We don't see how those persons became, to us, appeared to be deceased.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was...
No, we saw them alive.
That was going to be something we do on here, maybe look around and see if there's any more missing people in the area around that time frame. But
Live prior.
oh wait,
video.
hold on. Listen to that. Listen to this part right here.
Appeared to be deceased. No, we saw them alive prior, in video.
I mean, that's crazy. They were seen alive before, and then they're dead in the video. So now that's like both portions. They just maybe don't show the part where how they were killed yet.
That we don't see. Graphic and dark.
I mean, that's his description. It's graphic and dark. See what I'm saying, Phyllis? It got a lot worse. You know, this is... The other part, you could have been a drug dealer just killing people, which is like, we hear that all the time.
It's something this lab handles. I might have to get back to you on that, Kristen.
Thanks, Wild Bill.
It's a fair question. We just don't know at this time. And we just, 5 to 7% of that digital evidence we saw, we have hundreds of thousands of images and videos to look at.
I can't make out what they're saying, so I'm going to move it to his answer. He probably...
I think closure is important in some of the families. From the small portion of videos that we saw, we know some people are alive and they've been interviewed. Some people are still missing.
Yeah, so they've actually talked to people that are in the videos that are still alive, and then there's some missing. It turns out that he has a wife that went missing in 2016. It's crazy.
One of the reasons we're going back to 417 Chew is after the evidence that we saw, there's areas of that house that we want to re-examine.
I don't know how somebody married him.
That's why we're back at the house today. There's a marked car there. There's been an unmarked car there for several days because we knew this was pending. We know while looking at the videos, there may be certain aspects of the house that seem very benign to us, but now it's a critical piece of evidence. So we will be back there. No, we're not going to discuss that right now. No. Eugene lived there for a long time. His dad lived there for a long time. His dad died in, I believe, May of 25. They lived there. They lived in that house. Not at this time, no. That's still being analyzed right now. I'm sorry? We could speculate. We don't have the answers. And again, there'll probably be more press conferences like this to describe more. But the main thing is, end of our meeting with the commissioner, is we want to get information out. We want people that were inside that house to call us. We want people that engaged in any way with Eugene or Raymond Charles to contact us, because we want to put this timeline together. We want to see all their interactions. This is, as Lieutenant Walsh said, one or two largest investigations that how.
Man, I wish I could be part of this one. Like, just be one of the investigators, like poring over stuff, figuring it out based on the video. That's kind of my forte.
Homicide's going to handle. The FBI team that was out there is just their top 5 crime scene that they handled. So this is very, very large. We have to be very delicate on how we handle things and do it in such a way that we're doing it right.
Yeah, the dad absolutely is part of it. And some of these articles I found, like I think him and his son were did the same. They were part of the same thing.
Right.
But hey, guys, any chance you could help support the channel? We're only at 1/4, or actually less than 1/4 of the goal, and we're almost getting, working into the first hour. So if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great.
And that's the investigators, look, well, they're not. I mean, Lieutenant Walsh. Yeah, okay. As the lieutenant said, it is a death investigation. We have the best detectives in the city working on this job right now, and you probably know most of them. We're going to ensure that this investigation is run right. Well, I'm not going to get into exactly what I saw. It's dark. It's real dark. But what we saw is these 2 girls alive. There's a period of time, and what appears to us that they're deceased. There's pieces of the video that we don't have yet, but again, we have 93% of more stuff to look at.
Oh, there you go. Crazy, huh? I don't know if anybody heard me, but you guys, I need the support for the channel tonight. We got crushed yesterday, even though there was some support at the end. But got to keep moving forward. We keep having these really, really crappy days. I'm not sure what the deal is. Anyways, here is, I went back in newspapers.com. This is 1989, August 1st. We have Mrs. Anna M. Horsch, 39, of 1101 Devereaux Avenue, Philadelphia, died Friday in her home after a lengthy illness. She was the wife of Raymond Horsch. So he's the 83-year-old that died in 2025, the father of Eugene. Born in England, she was a daughter of Michelle and Maria. Survivor, her husband and parents. That's pretty young, 39. I wonder what really happened there. The survivors are husband, parents, and son Eugene at home, and a sister Irene, wife of David Lavelle of Madison, Wisconsin. That's pretty crazy. Are you guys going to type anything in tonight, or we're just getting that? We're at that point again where nobody's typing and everybody's just staring at the screen. Thanks, Wild Bill. So make sure to comment about what we're talking about here. You know, it's pretty easy. I mean, don't just say comment when in thanking somebody. Comment about what the topic is that we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, but people can comment. You just comment about what we're going over, you know? It's just when you guys don't comment, YouTube just goes, okay, nobody's interested. We're going to send people somewhere else. Talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about, okay? Just something. It's crazy. All right, so anyways, his mother died in 1989, and the wife of Raymond, so it's kind of strange. I mean, you sort of wonder how the hell she died at 39 years old. And then there's this one. 1.9 million weed bust. I mean, so he's been doing drugs for a while. At the traffic stop, and the sharp eyes of some Cheltenham police officers earlier this week led to the bust of a massive marijuana grow. Police stopped a car near the Cheltenham Mall on Tuesday and found 1.5 pounds of marijuana in the vehicle. Police said upon spotting burn marks on the hands of the passenger and dirt under his nails, dirt under his nails. What the hell is that? Was he already burying bodies back in 2013? That one girl went missing in 2012. Upon spotting burn marks on his hands of the passenger and dirt under his nails, the officers suspected he might be linked to a grow operation somewhere. Cops arrested the man, identified as Eugene Horsch, 31, of Philadelphia, and tracked down the grow operation at a house he owns on Chew Avenue, authorities said. At the house, police said they found 190 marijuana plants and 20 pounds of pre-packed weed with a street value of $1.9 million. That's crazy. Okay, who's going to do the next challenge, you guys? We got to get moving. It's almost like nobody ever hears me anymore. It's just, I know what it takes to get to where we need to be, and, you know. All right, here's an article that was just, I mean, this is recent. This is June 27th. And that's the house right there. Let me look and see. It seems like I had maps of, let's see, Cedar, Lancaster. I don't have him living at that address that they mentioned. I wonder what the hell that box is for there. And then there's a mattress with a bag on it or something. I mean, what's just... who knows what's going on there? It's a lot of stuff on a porch. It looks unusual. That's the door right there. If you go up in the air, it's that side. That's 417. It's right here. Oh. Okay, during a week-long, this is from June 27th. So this is around, getting close to when it all started. Hey, thanks for the 5 cents there, Missy Six. During a week-long search of a crumbling Olney twin, I guess like a duplex, federal agents and Philadelphia police found guns and drugs, tubs of chemicals, a curious unsigned letter, and a fake law enforcement badges as they were investigating the homeowner connection to at least 2 women who have been missing for years. The unusual investigation began under similar bizarre circumstances. U.S. Park Police encountered Eugene Albert Horsch, 44, acting suspiciously in his black BMW parked near 6th and Market Streets. Let's see where that is. So way over here, yeah. He lived over here one time, at one point. Yeah, don't bother, I mean, if like the whole jewels thing, it's only a penny per 2 jewels, all right? So if if it's like you're sending in 2 jewels, I'd rather have you keep it for something that, if you're at that point where you're sending in 2 pennies. I tell people if you can't afford to support the channel, go ahead and keep it. I don't want you to, suffer missing out on 3 or 4 cents. Yeah, so right here, I don't know if his car was right here. I wonder if he was picking up, trying to find a sex worker. Like, what does it look like here? Yeah, probably not. That looks better. Yeah, I just wouldn't do any, just keep it. That's what I was saying. I just said just to keep it. You get these stupid trolls in here. Jesus, you gotta be kidding. All right, so he was spotted here. All right, we got a challenge by Generous Marty there. So can you guys just do it without me having to shepherd it through? Let me just go over this article here. As the ranger approached the car, Venora said, he heard a woman in the back seat say, "You're going to hurt me." The woman then falsely identified herself to the officers using the name of a 38-year-old woman who had been reported missing in Kensington in February. So that means this girl that's in the car with him is using fake ID. Hey, thank you, Phyllis, Haley, Type of Psycho, and Wild Bill Wassman. And hey, I guess I just need one more. Yeah, so there's a fake ID in the car. Let me go to the next page. There we go. So there's the house right there. I mean, that guy just looks nuts. I'd love to see a straight-on shot. I guarantee you his ears are below his eyes by a mile. No, Meow. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about the person up there. After I said that, they typed it in. Why are you so paranoid? No, there was a person right after I said, if you're going to send in 2 coins, just keep it because you probably need it. And then some other person did it right after that just to be a troll. That's what they do, So try to pay attention and chat there, you know. So we need one more, you guys. See, here we are, the shepherding. All right. Hey, thanks, 6 Kids UK. All right, there we go. The woman, 39, later told investigators that she'd given the alias because she had an open warrants for her arrest in ongoing drug cases, and that Horsch had previously made her fake identification cards in that name. Let's see. The woman, 39, later told investigators that she'd given the alias because she had an open warrants for her arrest in ongoing drug cases, and that Horsch had previously made her fake identification cards in that name, telling her she could use it if she was ever stopped and questioned by police, the sources said. Why would he care? And later, the sources said, she told officials that she did not know the missing woman, but feared something bad may have happened to her. When police searched Horsch's car outside Independence Hall, they recovered 2 firearms with obliterated serial numbers, as well as cocaine, fentanyl, and marijuana, according to an affidavit of probable cause for his arrest. What's more, a source said the car also contained a collapsible baton, a cattle prod. I mean, this guy, listen to this shit. I mean, it's insane. Cattle prod, a switchblade, and a fake U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration badge with Horsch's photograph under the name Eugene Frederick Steiner. This is going to be a ridiculous, this thing is going to be nuts, this investigation. Horsch was taken into custody and charged with illegal gun possession and drug crimes. He currently is being held on they should move that up, $500,000 bail at Curran Fromhold Correctional Facility. Officials with federal drug enforcement began searching Horsch's home on the 400 block of West Chew Avenue alongside Philadelphia police on June 19th. I think that's the house, right? I mean, right, this one. Yeah, Chew Avenue, right there. Yeah, I mean, that's his house. Right there, this one. A monster lives among them. They didn't even know it. Okay, and then it says, Venor, in a news conference Friday, said the conditions of the boarded-up twin and materials recovered inside of it, including hidden compartments, drums filled with chemicals, and what appear to be urns holding at least one of Horsch's relatives. There was 5 urns in his home. I wouldn't be surprised if 4 of those are in there. I mean, I think like there's 4 empty urns. And I don't know, just kind of makes you wonder if his victims are in those urns. Okay, yeah, well, I would just rather have people keep those ones. It kind of clutters up the stream. What the hell is a cattle prod? Come on, use some of your humor, Phyllis. You know, come on. Oh yeah, this one's gonna get nuts. I think this guy makes Rex Heuermann look tame. Okay, investigators soon found themselves. Okay, hold on a second. Including hidden compartments, drums filled with chemicals, and what appear to be urns holding at least one of Horsch's relatives' cremated remains, only deepen the mysteries of the case. And investigators soon found themselves confronted a second concerning thread. Horsch's late father Raymond C. Horsch, a convicted drug manufacturer and erotic filmmaker, had an ex-wife who was last seen at the Olney, I guess it's his ex-wife. Interesting. Who was last seen at the Olney property in 2016 and has never been found. Horsch's attorney, Jerome Brown, said he did not have details about the ongoing police investigation. So this guy made, like really erotic, sort of crazy films. And then, you got these photographs and videos. I think what they were doing, here's what I bet they were doing. I think that they were luring in, I think they probably had two streams of revenue. One was drugs, and they would go ahead and maybe even sex workers or whatever. And then they would give the sex workers drugs and bring them in and then use them in snuff films and other types of films, and then sell the videos on the dark web to other people that want to watch it. Okay? That's what I think. I think there's like two different things. They probably make drugs and then are also selling porn, like erotic stuff online, maybe even snuff films to other people. Let's see. Horsch's attorney, Jerome Brown, said he did not have details about the ongoing police investigation. Brown said Raymond Horsch, who died in 2025, had been questioned in the June 2016 disappearance of his ex-wife, McCale, Amy McCale of South Philadelphia. She suffered from mental health and substance abuse issues, he said. It seems like these people preyed on those types of people. That's kind of what they would lure into their den or, their web. I mean, it's just sick. This is much ado about nothing, Brown said of the missing persons investigation. They're barking up the wrong tree. Bullshit. Inside Horsch's home, investigators found another handgun, chemicals, and bottles of liquid. The forensic investigators in white hazmat suits were still working to identify on Friday, Venor said. There was also a 55-gallon drum with connections to water lines leading into a hole in the ground, he said. Jesus. And materials to grow marijuana upstairs. Federal investigators also found a multi-page and unsigned handwritten letter that described references to hurting unspecified people and references to the serial killer Ted Bundy, according to an affidavit of probable cause. Well, there you go. To search the home that was obtained by the Inquirer. Describe references to hurting unspecified people. Acting on emotion is where problems occur. What I don't think I told you was that the first time it was planned ahead of time. What are you talking about? Acting on emotion is where problems occur. What I don't think I told you was the first time it was planned ahead of time. The threat was made before you know who came over, and I already had a 2-foot zip tie in my... Oh, this is the wording, that letter that they're talking about. So, up above it said, in references to a serial killer, Ted Bundy, according to an affidavit of probable cause, and they're describing a handwritten note. So this is some of the wording that was in the affidavit that was out. It says, acting on emotion is where problems occur. What I don't think I told you was the first time it was planned ahead of time. The threat was made before you know who came over, and I already had a 2-foot zip tie in my pocket and a drum set up. The letter said, according to the affidavit. According to the warrant, it went on. It had been ready and waiting, and I'm damn sure showed no hesitation, and it was fun. Man, see, this is them talking about, it's just crazy. But hey, guys, we're just barely over a third still. We just have these long lulls where we're not going to be able to make it, so I need your guys' support when we do these shows. Law enforcement said investigators were working to verify the authenticity of the letters, who wrote it, and whether it was meant to serve as a portion of a novel or screenplay. Horsch's father published several works of fiction with masochistic themes, including one described as an autobiographical memoir of a caring, empathetic serial killer. Police also found bank cards in the name of the woman who went missing in 2023, and also recovered what appeared to be a death certificate for another woman who died last year, the document stated. Venor said no human remains were found inside the home. Forensic experts from the FBI are now analyzing the liquids. R.C. Horsch, somewhat famous filmmaker. Yeah? So send me a link on that one. Well, maybe I can just look it up. I saw a picture of him with that wife that died. It's in one of these other... I've got so many articles here. We're going to have to go through them. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's the, I thought it was like the same person. See, look how creepy these guys are. Look at that. I mean, he looks like a serial killer, too. And then he has a kid that looks just like one. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have something that has both of these in it. Like this whole thing, you know. I guess I could put that in his folder. There you go. News reports of the search of the Horsch's home reopened wounds for McCale's family. Gloria McCale said her daughter struggled with mental health issues and a drug addiction and was married to R.C. Horsch for several years before she disappeared, or before her disappearing June 14th, 2016. In an interview Friday, she said when police questioned R.C. Horsch at the time of her daughter's disappearance, he said he last saw McCale drinking vodka before he went to bed, and that's when he woke up, she was gone. Jeez. I knew that wasn't right, McCale's mother said. She wouldn't disappear. She had a daughter and grandkids. Her daughter was about to get married. Prior to his arrest last week, Eugene Horsch had a criminal history that included at least 10 other arrests. Yeah, I mean, I've got that, like right here, let's see. This is his, from Ben Verified. If we go down. Oh, it looks like there's a hell of a lot more addresses. Yeah, possession of a firearm, aggravated assault, possession of a firearm, manufacture, delivery, or possession with intent. You know, I mean, it just goes on and on. He's got a huge criminal history. All right, guys, who's going to do a challenge for us? We need to get another one in here just to get us to 50%. Then in March, he was charged with aggravated assault after police said he stabbed a man in the stomach at 8th and Market Streets. Prosecutors withdrew the charges in May after a witness failed to appear in court, records show. Jeez. Since his release from jail, he appeared to be living back at his rundown home on Chew Avenue, a property that city inspectors cited as vacant and that neighbors described as an increasingly off-putting presence on the block. On Friday morning, anxiety swirled along the typically quiet residential neighborhood. About a mile from the Montgomery County border, a security camera mounted on Horsch's home between the boarded-up windows on the upper floors looked out over an overgrown yard where at least a dozen local and federal agents collected and tested evidence. Sid Brunson, a construction worker who lives nearby, occasionally cut the grass in front of Horsch's house, said Horsch often had women who appeared to use drugs at his property. A fire broke out on the upper floors, probably cooking meth or something, of the property several months ago, he said, which led to plywood covering the windows. He described the neighbor as quiet and real jittery man who kept to himself. He always had a nice shirt on, like he was going to the office, Brunson said, but he never gave you enough time to talk because he was always rushing. Thanks, Wild Bill. All right, and then this is an article from CBS News. On June 13th, 2016, Amy McCale left a voicemail on her daughter's phone saying that she was safe at the home on the 400 block of West Chew Avenue in Olney with Raymond Charles. That was the last day McCale's mother and daughter heard from her. They said in an interview with CBS News Philadelphia. Her mother, Gloria McCale, and daughter, Amanda Stouffer, have been searching for answers about her disappearance ever since. Something happened to her in that house, Gloria McCale said. Yeah, probably put in one of those drums. Eugene Horsch, R.C. Horsch's son, was charged last week after investigators found dangerous chemicals, drugs, 120 pieces of ballistic evidence, and more inside the Olney home, Philadelphia police said. The home in Olney, at the center of the complex investigation, was the last known location of Amy McCale, who went missing in 2016. Eugene Horsch was taken into custody on June 19th in the area of Independence Mall, and that was, Amy McCale went missing in 2016. This June 19th, in the area of Independence Mall, when a U.S. park ranger noticed something suspicious with the 44-year-old. He had fake DEA badge, a switchblade, and 2 guns. We already heard about that. There were always concerns when you see something like this. Amy McCale and R.C. Horsch met in 1990s, married, eventually divorced, Stouffer said, but McCale and Horsch remained friends following the divorce. Even though McCale and Horsch were divorced, she went over to Olney's house on Chew Avenue in 2016 after an argument with her mother before going missing. When the two met, McCale was in her 20s and Horsch was in his 50s. Stouffer said her mother struggled with mental health issues and addiction, and that Horsch preyed on women like McCale throughout his life. See, that's what I was saying. R.C. Horsch, who died in 2025, was convicted of numerous crimes, including drug manufacturing and forgery. He was an erotic photographer and filmmaker. Can you guys type, please? Like, make comments? Thanks. I wish I didn't have to keep saying that over and over again. R.C. Horsch, who died in 2025, was convicted of numerous crimes, including drug manufacturing and forgery. He was an erotic photographer and filmmaker. He's kind of a strange dude, Gloria McCale said. He considered himself an artist, but was really like a porn king. He made pornographic videos. He liked, see, that's what I'm saying. I think they sort of did that, and then they graduated into snuff films. Probably get paid way more. He made pornographic videos. He liked to pick up girls who had drug problems, and he liked to take pictures of them shooting up heroin. While Amy McCale had her issues, Stouffer said, it was unlike her just to stop showing up. Stouffer said her mother was really involved in the children's lives, from attending their kindergarten graduation to watching them over the weekend when she needed a break. Hey, thanks Wild Bill again. Man, it's just dead as a doornail. Yet again. I thought you guys would be, interested in this, and the channel would do better. It's just the same old, same old. Amy did have her issues, but I don't think she was isolated in those situations, she added. I think these were bad men who took advantage of women who needed help. Yeah, I think they were their prey, See, like, you guys always say thank you to everybody who sends super chats in, but could you guys comment about the content that we're talking about as we're going? It's like having the only comments be, hey, thank you to somebody else. How about say thanks and talk about the case, We're just sort of, it's crazy in here. No, it's brand new. Charlie's overworked mom. It's brand new. It's just happening right now. It's a serial killer. Yeah, Amy did have her issues, but I don't think she was isolated in these situations, she added. I think these were bad men who took advantage of women who needed help. Stouffer and Gloria McCale said during their interview with CBS News Philadelphia that they hadn't heard from police yet regarding the investigation at the Olney home, but they hope eventually will get answers about Amy McCale's disappearance. She was more than just an addict, Stouffer said. She was a mother, she was a human, she's missed, and she was preyed upon like so many women are when they are in those positions with drug addiction. I just want people to keep looking for her, Gloria McCale said. Somebody knows something. Hey, look at that. I guess we got another challenge in here by Lisa Valenzuela. See if you guys can get that one. She said if you guys do 5, she'll donate 5 all by herself. Just like Phyllis Watson did earlier. All right, the missing mother, the all-out villain, and the rundown house on West Chew Avenue. So let's see what this one has. This one, it seems similar to the last one. Let me just make sure. If I go open up the previous one, the home in Philadelphia neighborhood. No, it's different. Okay, what about it, Shelley? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, we need 4 more of those, you guys. Amy McCale and Raymond R.C. Horsch met on the streets when she was battling pneumonia and needed medical care. She had long struggled with mental health issues and drug and alcohol addiction. She saw Horsch, an erotic photographer. She saw him, that's what she looked at him as, and filmmaker 30 years her senior, as her rock, said her mother, Gloria McCale. He was like her savior. They had their wedding, they had their wedding reception beside a greenhouse on the sprawling, serene backyard. All right, we got a challenge up there by Lisa Valenzuela. We still need 4 more, you guys. Any chance of getting that one? They held their wedding reception beside a greenhouse in the sprawling, serene backyard of his Chalfont home in September of 2004. The marriage lasted only a few years, but Amy McCale kept going back to Horsch, probably for the drugs, after he moved to a house on West Chew Avenue in the Olney section of Philadelphia with his son Eugene Albert Horsch. She was staying there on June 14, 2016, when she left a voicemail message for her daughter Amanda Stouffer saying all was okay. At the time, Amy McCale was a 44-year-old mom and grandmother of 3. She had been missing ever since. She would never leave her daughter and grandchildren, Gloria McCale, 79, said, by phone after news broke this week that authorities had been combing through that house for days. I think the odds are like tremendously high that Amy McCale was killed just like these other people. For more than a week, Philadelphia police and federal authorities have been searching the crumbling Horsch twin home to determine if there is any connection to the disappearance of Amy McCale and one other woman. R.C. Horsch was a controversial figure who had been convicted of forgery and drug manufacturing when he died in May of 2025. He was 82 or 83. Of chronic obstruction pulmonary disease at age 82. Police have not named him a person of interest in a missing person investigation. His son, Eugene Albert Horsch, is being held on $500,000 bail. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill. That's the picture I was looking at. See, look at this. This is a wedding photograph. And now he looks just like his kid. See, that's the one I was thinking of. Look how it's just ridiculous. Look at this. That's when he got married. Why is he, God, this is just, almost doesn't even seem real. Let's see, there's so much to do about nothing. How we saw that. It just feels heavy and sad. The case came to light under bizarre circumstances. U.S. Park, yeah, we heard about that. A woman with Horsch gave officers a false name, yep. In Horsch's dilapidated home, investigators found another handgun, hidden compartments, a 55-gallon drum with connections to water lines. Let's see, R.C. Horsch, who was born in East Stroudsburg, Monroe County in 1943, is described as an author in author's biography as an artist, filmmaker, composer, writer, porn performer, drug smuggler, sometimes political activist, art forger, counterfeiter, pot grower, air show pilot, army deserter, fugitive, sociopath, ex-convict, and all-out villain. Jesus, this is like insane. Through his life, R.C. Horsch worked on avant-garde artwork and erotica. You guys, we still need 2 more up there. Is it okay if I don't have to like shepherd these things and you guys are just helping support the channel? That'd be great. Let's see. So throughout his life, R.C. Horsch worked on avant-garde artwork and erotica, often focused on scantily clad women in sadomasochistic settings. How about, did you ever do any recreational mummification? That's what I want to know. Did you guys ever see that? Yeah, I should play that one just for the hell of it. For some levity here. Where the hell is that video that I made? Let me see if I can find it. let's see. I think it's content. There it is. Here, look at this. I don't even know what year this one is, but hey, remember that? That my old music? That's so much better, this new one. I made this 8 years ago on a live stream, June 30th, 2018. You guys want to hear this one? It's pretty funny. It's about these sadomasochistic wackos, you know. Let me reload this. Golf's 62 years during recreational mummification. Daily News. All right, here we go. Look at this. UCLA professor 47. Let me reload this. My music's so loud. Whatever, this share thing off the screen there. I hate that crap. UCLA professor 47 suffers sudden death during recreational mummification bondage in sex dungeon of 62-year-old Hollywood exec's LA dungeon basement. So, how do we know that this was really what that was? Doran George, 47, suffered a sudden death during recreational mummification. Because that's what we all do, right? You know, some people go to a park. Some people, might throw a frisbee in their yard. Some people play golf, racquetball, badminton, handball. And then some people do mummification. Okay, I don't think there's anything recreational unusual about that whatsoever, okay? But yeah, I mean, who doesn't do recreational mummification? I don't know how someone being mummified could possibly be involved in anything recreational. You see what I'm saying? He was in a plastic wrap and gaffer's tape. Chasey's work as a television business affairs executive at Hollywood agency William Morrison Dever. He is known in the, I think this is that sadomasochism community, as Master Skip. That music's so loud in there. It's crazy. Master indeed. A man died in his sex dungeon basement. A man died in the sex dungeon basement. See, nothing good is coming out of a story that starts with, and it has the phrase, sex dungeon basement in it. Okay? That never works out well. A man died in the sex dungeon basement of a top Hollywood executive while he was being mummified. Because of course, when you're being mummified, you're expecting to live. Doran George, 47, suffered a sudden death during recreational mummification. You know, it's weird. I just joined a gym recently, and I think I saw that right below the yoga class. It was like basketball, yoga, and recreational mummification. Come on! That was 8 years ago. That's crazy. Bondage at the Los Angeles home of Skip Chasey on November 22nd. That's what it was. According to the LA, this story isn't like today. I don't know why it's just being put out today though. George, a British-born UCLA professor and dancer, was found in the 62-year-old's dungeon in Los Feliz. As in, Feliz Navidad. See, again, what are the odds of that? There was no criminal component found at the scene when police were investigated. But, when you look at a picture like that, doesn't that just ooze criminality there? I don't know. Call me crazy. They were talking positive about this. He is known in the BDSM community as Master Skip and has given more than 250 different speeches and workshops on the topic.
JC,
Yeah, we don't need your
co-founder of
clarification.
People of Leather
Charlie's
among you,
overworked
play
model. We know it's a
has
joke.
the motto, blood may be
Try to
thicker than
be-
water,
yeah.
but leather is thicker than blood. Ah!
Well, how did you not know?
These
I'm
people
talking
are-
about it right here.
They're such a hoot. Gray, don't knock it till you try it, okay?
Yeah, I won't be trying that.
A spokesperson with WME said to Page 6, while we were unaware of the circumstances surrounding the personal matter until now, we understand that the police file is closed and no charges were brought. If other facts developed, we will reevaluate the situation.
Anyways, if you guys want to go watch that, it's pretty funny. It's just like I'm sarcastic the whole time. There you go. There's the video in there. All right. Anyways, I just thought it was so funny for them to call it recreational mummification and it was an accidental death. Well, what the hell are you talking about? How can it be an accidental death when you literally mummified somebody? Wrapping them up in it just doesn't make any sense, you know? It's stupid. Gray, if you understood what it was, listen, Charlie's overworked mom's going to let you know. Yeah, here's what it means, you guys. Don't knock it till you try it. Let me tell you what it means. Recreational mummification is a dangerous BDSM practice involving the wrapping of a person in plastic and tape to stimulate preservation, which can lead to fatal asphyxiation. You know what you should have done was quote that. Yeah, you gotta admit that you Googled it, because people don't write like that. You're right, you just Googled it. Yeah, there was no reason for you to Google it. We covered that like 8 years ago. Everybody knew exactly what it was. Right. So did we ever get to that final one up there, you guys? We still need one more gifted membership to reach Lisa Valenzuela's challenge. Is there a reason why it's such a struggle? So we just need one more gifted membership, and then she'll be able to, she'll do her 5 coffees. I know, but it doesn't matter if you weren't there then. Can't you just tell that we're goofing around and having fun with it? We didn't need like a technical explanation. It just sort of ruins the whole, the humor part of it. It's just obvious. Yeah, so we didn't get there, right? We need one more, right? You're doing that, Timothy? Is that a new one? That'd be awesome. But we still need one more on Lisa Valenzuela's. Who's going to do it? Yeah, I was kind of wondering if they were sex workers or just drug, A lot of times people just say, oh, they do drugs. Okay, we still need one more Timothy Cecil on Lisa Valenzuela's. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody that's, Oh, there's Phyllis Watson. There you go. Thank you. All right, well, that one closed out Lisa Valenzuela's. Now we got a new one by Timothy Cecil. And there you go. Look at Sammy got one of those. So now we just need 4 more on Timothy Cecil's. Very cool. All right, here we go. So we need 4 more on Timothy Cecil's. Thank you up there, Lisa Valenzuela, and everybody else there. Phyllis Watson, Wild Bill, Haley, and Phyllis Watson. I think that was... Wild Bill. All right, so now we need 4 more on Timothy Cecil's, you guys. That'd be great. All right, so now we're at this part. Horsch was married at least 3 times. He married Anna Furkuniak, a native of Nantymol, Wales, who was Eugene Horsch's mother. Right, what are you guys talking about? Oh, right, okay, yeah, so she's the mother of Eugene, okay. And then it's weird because it says she died in 1989 at the age of 39 after a lengthy illness. Okay, so there was a lengthy illness, I guess. But what was the cause of the lengthy illness? Okay, you got it, Paulette? You're going to make it happen? All right. She died in 1989 at the age of 39. R.C. Horsch also had an extensive criminal history. He pleaded guilty to passing bad checks in North Carolina in 1973, and the following year, the Secret Service charged him and another man in Doylestown with passing nearly $180,000 in fake $10 bills and possessing phony driver's licenses. He sounds like, like almost like an evil version of Catch Me If You Can, In 1977, federal authorities raided what was described as his home laboratory, seizing equipment they allege was meant to make methamphetamines, but Horsch left for New Zealand, later returning to California, according to court records, and operating under the alias Richard Harris. Eugene Horsch was born in 1981, while his father was still a fugitive. Authorities captured R.C. Horsch in Florida in 1985. A psychologist hired by his defense attorney claimed Horsch had a 140 IQ, according to court records, but had deep-rooted emotional problems. He was sentenced to 3 years in imprisonment plus probation. He later settled in Chalfont, but acquired the Chew Avenue house after his sister died in 2004. In 2007, he used power of attorney to legally transfer ownership to his son for $1. In 2009, R.C. Horsch was indicted in Chalfont for growing 455 marijuana plants. Investigators also confiscated 2 shotguns. The Fed seized his suburban home and was sentenced to 54 months in prison. Well, it's not working there, Paulette, so we need 4 more gifted memberships up there, you guys. Because we have another challenge right after that by Timothy Cecil. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying, are you going to, you say we got it, or does that mean you're going to, I mean, it seems like I still have to say it, over and over and over and over again, Federal inmate records show he was released from prison in 2013 and later moved into Chew Avenue property where he would reside until his death. Authorities, he authored several erotic novels in the 2010s, often focused on women battling substance abuse or mental health issues. Krista Marie Killen is credited as appearing in multiple erotic films that he directed, including one released as recently as 2021, and at times listed the Chew Avenue house as her residence. Okay, that's not one of the victims. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. In 2025, a motorist sued R.C. Horsch Killen as an unidentified man, claiming the trio crashed their Chrysler 300 into her SUV near Adam Avenue and Montour Street. In searching the home recently, investigators found a death certificate for Killen. Really? That's the Krista Marie Killen. According to the affidavit of probable cause, the cause of death was drug intoxication. It's so weird. I mean, do you think they drugged them to death? You guys, Timothy Cecil's going to go to sleep before we get this one done. We need 3 more. I would appreciate it. Thank you. They divorced after a few years. Okay, so R.C. Horsch and Amy McCale had become a couple in 1990s. I was a young kid when they started dating, and I want to say he had been around for at least 10 years by the time they got married. They divorced after a few years, and McCale moved in with her mother on South Hutchinson Street in Philadelphia. She went to Pierce College, became a paralegal, and was trying to get her life back on track. But she could not kick her drug and alcohol addiction, she said. She would periodically return to Horsch's home on Chew Avenue. Hey, thank you so much there to Anne-Marie. They stayed friendly with each other, Stouffer said. I'm sure it had something to do with the drugs and alcohol. I think he enabled her with things that weren't really permitted in grandmother's house. On June 13, 2016, she went to Horsch's. She called her mom that night to tell her she was on her way home. She was obviously very drunk, and I told her to stay where she was because to get home, she would have to take the subway, and she was in no shape to take the subway. That's a hell of a lot more information than we got in the other articles. The next day, she called Stouffer and left a message. She told me she was at Ray's house and she was okay. That's the last they heard from her. Amy McCale would sometimes be gone for a couple of days, but never for much longer, they said. Stouffer had 3 children, and her mother doted on them. Stouffer was planning her September wedding. My mom and her struggles with addiction, said Stouffer, 38. Let's see. My mom had her struggles with addiction, but my mom would not want to disappear in my life. She would never do that. She always came back around. She never missed the big things like my kid's kindergarten graduate. And then it said, Gloria McCale searched all over for her daughter. I put signs up all over Kensington, she said. Detectives interview Horsch. He told police that McCale's family that she was drinking. It's really blurry over here. I don't know if you can. He said when he woke up, she was gone. So she was drinking, and remember that, the vodka. And Horsch stopped reaching out to the family. When she would disappear before, Raymond would always keep calling me. Did you hear from her? And after this, I never heard from him. Right, because he's responsible. McCale is hoping someone will come forward now with new information. Someone had to know something, she said. People don't vanish into thin air. Good night, Wild Bill Wassman. Thank you so much for your support in there. How many more do we still need up here? 3. We need 2 more. All right. To get to Timothy Cecil's challenge. I'll do 1. So somebody match my 1 to get the 5th one. Robbing Peter to pay Paul again. Yes. Okay, we just did that one, right? And that was the second page of that one. All right. And then here's another one. She disappeared from Kensington 3 years ago. A fake ID in her name led police to disturbing Olney house. Hey, thank you, Phyllis Watson, the songwriter. She just writes songs. She doesn't even know it. he makes these comments, and I copy him down, and then I throw him into the lyrics, and then there you go. Do you know Wild Bill Watchman? Get Justice for All? I haven't seen you make one comment. Never seen you before. All right, here we go. So this lady here is Blair Tonzelli. That's that fake ID that was in that he had on him. So Blair Tonzelli had been missing from Kensington for more than 3 years when her name turned up somewhere unexpected on the fake ID of a woman in the back seat of a car parked near Independence Hall. I think you just type in coffee, right? I mean, doesn't that just work? Just go, yeah. I think that works. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I just wonder if you knew him because it didn't seem like you communicate with them. Let's see. So it says the woman showed. I mean, you can say whatever the hell you want. I just didn't know you knew him. Shut up. See, this is the troll shit. Get out of here. Get lost. Jesus, that's just so classic right there. That's why I asked you the question. See, it turned out exactly what I thought. All right, let's see. Blair Tonzelli had been missing from Kensington for more than 3 years when her name turned up somewhere unexpected on the fake ID of a woman in the back seat of a car parked near Independence Hall. The woman showed the ID to U.S. Park Police on June 19th after they found her and Eugene Albert Horsch, 44, seated in the back in the black BMW with drug paraphernalia, guns and knives stashed in the car, according to police. The woman later told officers that Horsch made her the fake ID in Tonelli's name and urged her to use it if she ever got in trouble. That encounter sparked sprawling investigation into Horsch and an ongoing search for Olney home for connection to Tonzelli. So they went to the house to look for, because that fake ID led to a missing person. And at least one other missing woman, Amy McCale, ex-wife Raymond Horsch, Eugene's father, was last seen in the Horsch property on West Chew Avenue in 2016. Hey, thanks, Timothy Cecil. Tonzelli was 35 when a friend reported her missing in early 2023. By the way, here's the thing, everybody. When some person I've never seen before comments in the chat like they're buddies with people, I'm paranoid because we've had so many trolls and just such shitty people that show up in here. So I don't know. So if I'm just asking a question, but then if you respond in a way that sounds like a troll, well, then I was probably right. Okay, that's just the way it is. It's just been horrendous with the idiot trolls that show up. They just can't, Yeah, I mean, it's a creep. This is going to be, I think this is going to end up being like Rex Heuermann. I bet there's way more people, they're going to go through all those videos, and there's probably other videos of other dead people. And it's going to solve a lot of different cases, in my opinion. One reported that Horsch was a sociopath. Okay, let's see. Tonzelli was 35 when a friend reported her missing in early 2023. Police records now link her to Horsch following his arrest during the car stop. Philadelphia homicide detectives began probing Tonelli's disappearance last week and interviewed at least 2 women who said they believe something bad may have happened to her, according to police documents. One reported that Horsch was a sociopath, and that while he had never been violent towards her, he said things that suggested he was to others. According to police documents, the woman told detectives that Horsch said that he knew of 3 chemicals needed to melt human remains, and that he could make a body so small it could be flushed down a toilet. Wow. The woman told police that Tonzelli was, that's probably why they're checking that sewer. Don't forget to comment, everybody. The woman told police that Tonzelli was a home health care aide who had worked in Horsch Olney's house, according to the records. She believed Tonzelli and Horsch had a disagreement over money at one point, the records say, and that he still had access to Cash App account under Tonzelli's name. Horsch remains in Philadelphia jail after officers searched his car and found 2 firearms. You know, we went through all that. They have not discovered any human remains yet on the property. I know, I think they put him in, like, either, like, that sounded like he could just flush him down the toilet, or there was, remember the one mentioned a barrel or something? And then, so maybe they did something like that, like put him in barrels and then threw him in a, bottom of an ocean somewhere. I mean, who the hell knows? That's what that's what I said. I as soon as I saw this, Lisa sent the story over, and then I said, oh, that does sound sort of interesting. All she said was, oh, it sort of looks interesting. So what I always do is I go way deeper when something's interesting. Like I've already, I got them on Ben Verified, and I tried to find them on this one website. I thought for sure there'd be like a Telegram account or something, but I didn't see one. Okay, I'm just going to go to the next one. Then June 30th. These are all from like back in June, So there's Tonzelli again. Seems like they've got a lot of information on these. Guess I got to go to A1. And these are long ones. Hey, thank you, Norma Jean Doyle. I like those things that pop up like that. Historical, not that one. Okay, here we go. Blair Tonzelli had been missing from Kensington for more than 3 years when her name turned up somewhere unexpected on fake ID. So that, remember the encounter when he got pulled over, we already know that part. 44, the owner. Where's that? That's from A1, and this is also from A1. Guess I kind of want to read the other one. Friendsar 22, but ID turned up. Police find there. Okay, it's this one. Philadelphia police found significant amount of blood inside the decrepit. Wow, we didn't hear that one. So now there's a whole bunch of blood found in the decrepit Olney house linked to the investigation of at least 2 missing women. I bet you that how I was thinking that when the investigators went in there and probably put luminol around, it probably lit up like a Christmas tree. I mean, it probably was just, just ridiculous in there. The sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity, which I'm pleased that I can say, to discuss an ongoing investigation, said forensic testing had not yet determined whose blood it is or whether it is even human. And by the way, we're only at 99 likes, so let's go ahead and get some more likes in here, you guys. So if everybody get that like button right now.
Hit
Hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button, 40. Do our 50, 55, 60. Hit that like button, 10, 20, 35, 40. Use your nose, use your toes. Whatever blows, hit that like button. It's one of the easiest damn things to do in the world. What you do is just use your finger and you press the button. So what you do is you pull out your finger and you press the button, the like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Hit that like button, 50, 55, 60, 55, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90. Hit that like button. It's the easiest damn thing to do in the world. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows.
30, now 5, I'm 30.
All right, you got it? All right, cool. And we didn't get one, so we're not moving forward until we get that one. If we don't get to 100 likes, we're just sitting here, all right? Yep, still at 99, you guys. Didn't even move. So we'll just be sitting here until we get to 100. Oh, there we go. We got to 100. Okay. God, people are just so lazy. How hard is it to hit the freaking like button? Philadelphia police found a significant amount of blood inside the decrepit Olney house linked to the investigation. The sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss an ongoing investigation, I knew they would get rid of it as soon as they went going, said forensic testing has not yet determined whose blood it is or whether it's even human, a process that could take several weeks to complete. But the sources said police are prepared to excavate the front and backyards of the West Chew Avenue home in the coming weeks. Deputy Police Commissioner Frank Venor declined to confirm or comment on the discovery Monday afternoon, citing ongoing investigation. Venor said Friday that police had not recovered any human remains from the home and were awaiting testing of the tubs of chemicals and other materials found in the basement. The finding marks the latest development in an unusual saga. That's sort of sounding polite about it. Unusual saga. Yeah, we're still only at about 60% of the goal, you guys. We just haven't had any sort of the bigger types, you know. It's just kind of let's see, 155, 75, yeah. So we still need about another 24 channel memberships to reach the goal. Eugene Albert Horsch, 44, the owner of the Olney home, now being searched by law enforcement for a second week in connection with the disappearance of at least 2 women who have been missing for years. Horsch was arrested June 19th after U.S. Park Police saw him parked, right? We already know that one. He was parked, and then another girl was in the car, and then she had the ID of one of the missing people. Police searched the car and reported recovering 2 guns, 2 obliterated serial numbers, as well as drugs, fentanyl, marijuana, cattle prod, switchblade, knives, handcuffs, and a fake U.S. drug enforcement badge featuring Horsch's photo. The woman with Horsch falsely identified herself to the officers as Blair Tonzelli. So that's a missing person, but they had her ID in the car. A 38-year-old woman who had been reported missing in Kensington. The woman, 39, later told investigators that she gave Tonelli's name because she had an open warrants, right? The woman said she did not know Tonzelli or even that she was missing. But the way Horsch spoke about her and other women made her feel like something bad had happened to her. Philadelphia homicide detectives then began reviewing that missing woman's case, and alongside federal law enforcement searched Horsch's home at 417 West Chew Avenue. The search produced a trove of bizarre discoveries: a basement with drums filled with chemicals, bottles of unknown substances, Tonzelli's bank card, the death certificate of another woman, and what appeared to be urns holding at least one of Horsch's relatives' cremated remains. Investigators also found another handgun, materials used to grow marijuana, and a 55-gallon drum with connections to water lines leading into a hole in the ground. I mean, man, was he putting bodies inside this drum that was filled with chemicals? And then as the body dissolved, the body then goes through the tubes into the water lines? I mean, just insane. Federal investigators also discovered this is like a horror movie, this whole thing. Like if you made a movie about this, you go, that's too much, okay? You know, that's too much. You got to be kidding me. Okay, let's tone it down a little bit. Federal investigators also discovered a multi-page unsigned handwritten letter that appeared to describe hurting people and reference the serial killer Ted Bundy. Law enforcement sources said police were working to determine whether the writings were part of a novel or screenplay. Horsch's late father, Raymond R.C. Horsch, was a known drug manufacturer and erotic filmmaker who had published several works of fiction with violent, masochistic themes, including one described as an autobiographical memoir of a caring, empathetic serial killer. You know, like Koberger, right? I mean, if you just ask all the Probergers out there, he was, he's such a good guy. I'd go out on a date, and I know he killed 4 people, but come on, The probe into the younger Horsch took another twist when investigators learned that Raymond Horsch, his ex-wife, Amy McCale, was last seen at the Olney property in 2016 and has not since been located. A lawyer for Eugene Horsch and his father said the 2 men had nothing to do with McCale's disappearance and said she struggled with substance abuse and mental illness. Horsch, I mean, just because she substance abuse and mental illness, how does that have anything to do with him not having something to do with it? He was at his house. Horsch had been charged with illegal gun possession and drug crimes by Philadelphia authorities. He is also facing a federal gun possession charge. Let's see. Now, let's see. This is about Tonzelli again. Maybe there's more in here. In the years before her disappearance, Tonzelli struggled with an opioid addiction and floated through the streets. She's the person's name that he was using as fake ID for the person in the car. Let's see, on drug prostitution. Yeah, see, there you go. Floated through the streets of Kensington, spending time in and out of jail on drug and prostitution charges. David McCarty, 72, said that he lived with her for a time in a house on Wensley Street, and that their friends would try to look out for one another. Even in the throes of her addiction, Tonzelli was fiercely loyal, McCarty recalled. All right, guys, we're having a massive lull in here. We're still only at like 65% in here. Massive lull time. Let's see if we can get some sort of, I don't know if anybody else wants to do a challenge or anything, but it's just, man. Who can do it? Somebody can do something. We got to get moving here. We're getting behind again and again every day. Even in the throes of her addiction, Tonzelli was fiercely loyal, McCarty recalled. She once threw herself in front of a tow truck to prevent the operator from illegally taking McCarty's car, yelling, "You're not going to do this, my friend." But Tonzelli, he said, would disappear for stretches, often with a man from Olney who sold marijuana. She told McCarty she was visiting with a man named Raymond, he said. At the time, Eugene Horsch lived with his father, Raymond R.C. Horsch. It's like a father and son serial killer team. A convicted drug dealer and a producer of erotic films and novels. His work often focused on serial killers and the sexual exploitation of women with substance abuse problems. Man, this is like Koberger. I mean, it's disgusting. I mean, this guy, absolutely used like prostitutes that had drug problems. That's exactly what serial killers they use, because those are the only people left that would actually get into somebody else's car. Tonzelli typically returned from her trips to see Horsch, McCarty said, and then he didn't hear from her again. After August 2022, a friend reported her missing in February of 2023. That friend told police that Tonzelli was last seen at the Olney home on a sketchy man who scared her, according to police records. Tonzelli was meant to meet someone one afternoon and never showed up, and none of her acquaintances from Philly or Florida had heard from her since. McCarty grew worried as days became weeks. He knew she needed regular medical attention because of a drug-related wound that ran from her armpit down to her knee. Wow, what the hell? McCarty said he replaced the gauze and applied ointment to the open gash twice a day. Tonzelli needed daily medication to fight off the infection. I can't tell you how many times I spent visiting her and putting her in the hospital, McCarty said. People make choices. She's an adult, and it didn't matter. Her Facebook page says she attended Archip Ryan School. Her mother, who grew up in Fishtown, died when Tonzelli was 18, according to an online obituary. Tonzelli's family declined to speak this week. Yeah, it's too bad. I guess nobody heard what I said. Hey guys, we gotta not do the lulls in here. Who's gonna be a lull buster? This is the July 2nd article. So those other ones were all in June. It says, about a year before police raided crumbling Olney twin duplex, I guess, in connection to a missing woman last month, Philadelphia narcotics officers scoured Eugene Horsch's basement and found telltale signs of a drug dealer. Firefighters had responded to a small blaze in the second floor of the property on May 18, 2025. That's interesting, because he died May of 2025. Raymond. I wonder if how's that's got to be connected somehow. Raymond died in May of 2025, according to these articles. And then all of a sudden, they have a fire right around that time. That's weird. Alerting police to what they said was a sprawling marijuana grow operation. And where narcotics cops searched the home later that morning, court records show they discovered a modified, fully automated assault rifle with an obliterated serial number, a sawed-off shotgun, a pistol, and ammunition. The top floor was filled with cannabis plants, tents, and UV lights, with exposed wires running between the floors and into the basement, where vats of chemicals were stored. Oh, it's just kind of weird that there was a fire, and then he also dies in that same month. The police report detailing the drug bust at the Olney house made no mention of missing women, despite the fact that concerned relatives and friends had told police years earlier that at least 2 women who stayed at the house had vanished. Now the disappearance of one of those women, Blair Tonzelli, is central to an ongoing search of that property, where police found fake IDs and bank cards. That law enforcement did not appear to connect the missing women to the search for drugs at the same address raises questions about whether the officers who searched the property last summer were aware of the two missing person cases. The Philadelphia Police Department declined to comment. Police began re-examining Tonzelli's disappearance on June 19th after arresting Horsch, whose companion had fake ID in her name. Investigators interviewed witness and viewed footage of statements given to the February 2023 by Tonzelli's friend, who told officers Tonzelli was last seen at the 417 West Chew Avenue address. Police had also revisited the 2016 disappearance of Amy McCale, the ex-wife of Horsch's father, erotic filmmaker Raymond C. Horsch, whose mother said she vanished from the Olney home. You know, what's weird is she was like the same age as his son, his wife, you know. Eugene had been living in the duplex with two other women, including his father's longtime companion, Christia M. Killen, a porn actor. City firefighters said the small blaze was started by careless smoking on the second floor, according to Horsch's arrest report. While extinguishing the fire, a fire marshal and police patrolmen on the scene discovered a marijuana grow operation on the home's third floor and basement. Officers with the PPD Narcotics Strike Force later searched the home and seized 26 pounds of marijuana, 131 grams of dried mushroom, $1,200 worth of methamphetamine, and $800 cash, and numerous gold-colored and silver coins in a safe, records show. Police also recovered a BCI Defense AR-15 style rifle modified to be fully automatic, 12-gauge Stevens Model 67 pump action shotgun with a sawed-off barrel, a 9mm Gerson MC-28 pistol, and more than 100 rounds of ammunition. The serial numbers had been destroyed on all three firearms, according to the records. Horsch had previous felony convictions for drug manufacturing. Let's see. He was arrested and held on $750,000 bail for manufacturing drugs, illegal gun possession. Brown, the family attorney, told a judge that the weapons belonged to Horsch's father, who had died just 3 days before the drug raid. That's crazy. Brown said Eugene Horsch was planning to properly dispose of the firearms, according to a spokesperson. His health became a factor in determining an appropriate resolution to the case. Horsch pled guilty. In March, police arrested Horsch and charged him with stabbing a man at 8th and Market Street. I think this is the son now. Prosecutors dropped the charges after a witness failed to appear in court. 3 weeks later, the U.S. Park Police stopped him. So, yeah, I mean, that's crazy. All right, you guys, if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the Gray Hughes Investigates YouTube channel, I'd really appreciate it. My channel's donated, I think, around $305,000. You guys are, when you support the channel, you're supporting my channel, and then I take a large portion of the income at the end of each month and donate it to true crime related charities. And even during the month, as we just donated $500 the other night to, which one did we give it to? Was it the, I can't remember if it was the, I don't think it wasn't NCMEC or anything. Wasn't it the same DNA charity for Gonzalez? So yeah, if you guys can please support the channel, I'd appreciate it. We're just having this huge lull, and that makes it where very difficult to reach the goal. We're still 100 and we're about 125 short of the goal currently. That was July 2nd. And this is in the Philadelphia Inquirer. See, these are the two guys. I mean, they almost look like they're right out of a. Yeah, I know. I already said what charity it was, you guys. Right here. I mean, they look like classic. I mean, look at this guy right here. I mean, he just looks so out of it. All right, let's see. Raymond R.C. Horsch seemed different. He had a 3-story brick twin in Olney, a working-class neighborhood about 3 miles north of Kensington. There he gave Killen a roof over her head, a sense of stability, and drugs. In exchange, she agreed to pose nude for Raymond's erotic photos and videos, some simulating brutality or death. Raymond had made similar arrangements with dozens of other women in his decades-long career as an artistic provocateur. For Killen, who was estranged from her family, the Olney house was a sanctuary from the buckled sidewalks under Kensington's rumbling. This is a Philadelphia Inquirer. Yes, Raymond was exploiting her addiction, but she told friends that he was never violent and that he cared deeply about him. She cared deeply about him. She viewed him as her protector. His son Eugene was a different story, though. Eugene scared her. She told friends he was prone to drug-fueled bouts of rage, and he carried around knives and guns. One night, about 2 years ago, she was asleep in her dark, dank basement of the Olney home. Beside her slept her beloved tabby baby cat. She woke up to an ear-splitting crash as Eugene shattered the lock on her door. He burst into the room, armed with a gun, screaming that he was going to kill her, according to 2 of Killen's friends. Raymond, then feeble and 80 years old, had to pull his son away. So I guess it seems like whenever I say, hey guys, we can help support the channel, it always falls on deaf ears these days. You know, it's only when somebody else does something. I'm just trying to get it out there because I'm trying to keep up the pace where, you know, basically this day we've just barely, we're always a little bit below the goal every single day. You know, so when we have these other days like yesterday and today so far, we don't come close and then we get behind by dramatic amounts. So if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great. I don't have anything else I can add. Let's see. The Horsch home had long been a curious spectacle on West Chew Avenue. A steady stream of women came and went sometimes in the company of an elderly man wearing an eye patch. The house had caught fire, leaving a hole in the roof and boarded up windows on the top 2 floors. Police had raided the place for drugs. Right. Now the 3-story property has become the center of a sprawling, macabre investigation into the disappearance of at least 2 women. The quiet residential street in Olney had been cordoned off as a hazmat team and excavation crews scour the house and dig up the property for clues. Federal and local investigators are interviewing people who knew the missing women and delving into their dealings with Raymond and Eugene Horsch. The investigation began in June after Eugene was arrested near Independence Hall in a black BMW containing weapons, drugs, and a phony drug. Police discovered that it was fake. That's we already know that part. Let's see, an early search of the house uncovered handwritten note that described hurting people and makes references to serial killer Ted Bundy. And one woman told investigators that Eugene claimed to know how to dispose of human bodies with chemicals. Raymond's body of work as a shock-seeking pornographer has clouded the significance of those findings. In a dozen films, novels, and books, and photo books, Raymond used women suffering from addiction as props for his violent fantasies, subjecting them to simulated strangulation and drowning. He adopted the persona of an empathetic serial killer who murdered addicts to end their pain. And he claimed his writings, and his son probably acted out what his father, I don't know, let's just pretend it's like the son became the manifestation of what his father was portraying. I have a feeling that they're both part of this, but let's just say that the son became what he was, his persona, his father's persona. He adopted the persona of an empathetic serial. So this is the father. The father adopted the persona of an empathetic serial killer who murdered addicts to end their pain, and he claimed in his writings were autobiographical yet laced with threads of fiction, toying with the audiences by leaving them to discern what was real. Meanwhile, Raymond's sensationalistic art is overshadowed by his almost implausible life story. An Enquirer interview of hundreds of pages of police and court records, newspaper clippings, Raymond's artistic portfolio and interviews with more than 30 people has uncovered the saga of a thrill-seeking criminal artist and his troubled son. Ethanol scientists jailed for drug offenses. Agents nab pair bogus $180,000. Fugitive luck runs out with 4-year jail sentence. Raymond's humble beginnings in rural Pennsylvania gave way to a career as a drug manufacturer, an identity thief, and an international fugitive in seaside New Zealand. He returned to Pennsylvania to raise Eugene and continue pursuing his dreams as a pornographic artist, luring heroin-addicted sex workers off the street of Kensington. At least 5 women connected to Raymond ultimately died of accidental drug overdoses. Among them is Killen, who overdosed last year at the age of 47, according to the city medical examiner. Eugene would later tell people close to Killen that she had died just outside his Olney house, or shortly after he took her to the hospital. Those close, the story's been all over. It's out there. It's just not big. I don't know why this isn't like, this should be a story that is talked about. Man, I feel like I'm spinning my wheels again. A long time ago, before she even married him, she told me if anything ever happens to her, that he was the one, McCale said. Yeah. Raymond Horsch was born in 1943, the son of a World War II glider pilot, and grew up on a farm in East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. His parents relocated to Chalvant in Bucks County, where he graduated in 1961 from Central Bucks High School as editor of a school magazine and a National Merit Scholar. Yeah, we need a challenge or something going on, because this is just, yeah. We're still not even at, like 2/3. We're not even there. Which would be 66%. So we're, let's see, we're, let's see. I think we're like $20 short of 66%. So who's going to do a challenge? He married his 19-year-old high school sweetheart in 1964, and the couple moved to Rittenhouse Square in Philadelphia. Raymond worked commercial film and photo jobs while his wife taught public school. He was ill-suited for domestic life, someone who, when he watched Western as a kid, did not identify with heroes in white hats. I came out of the theater wanting to be the villain, he said. At the 1960s, oh, whoa, hey, whoa, we do have a challenge in there. How come when I say something, though, nobody does anything? Hey, thanks, Marty. Maybe it's the way my voice is, Right, Phyllis? You guys just don't like my voice. So I got a challenge from Marty. He'll send in the equivalent of 10 gifted memberships if 5 of you individually give 1. You see what I'm saying? It's a good deal for supporting the channel. Let's see. As the 1960s counterculture movement swept the city, Raymond ran the avant-garde underground cinema 16, later the Roxy on Sansom Street. His wife left him in 1970 after finding women's nightgowns on their bed. Well, I'm sure he wanted you to see him at that point. She found nightgowns on, his wife found other women's nightgowns on their bed. In an interview with the Inquirer, in which she agreed to be quoted on the condition of anonymity, she said Raymond was never violent, but was emotionally abusive. Raymond really thought he was smarter than anybody, said the 81-year-old Pennsylvania resident, and he thought he could get away with anything. During the so-called golden age of porn in the early 1970s, when movies came out in the mainstream, Raymond worked odd jobs as a crewman. He got his chance after befriending the Philly tavern owner and mob associate Salvador Sam the Barber. Well, you see that? We got Marty's challenge in there, and it's just died right out of the gate other than Phyllis Watson. So if we can get 4 more gifted memberships, that'll really help out the channel, because then Marty will send in 10, he said. So, hey, Carson Hockey Fan Club. So we still need 4 more, Man, it just feels so icky. He got his chance after befriending the Philly tavern owner and mob associate Salvador Sam the Barber LaRussa at his long-gone Bag of Nails bar at 13th and Locust. LaRussa, who died of a heart attack in 1996, helped Raymond produce the erotic Memoirs of a Male Chauvinist Pig, which featured Georgina Stoliker. You know what I'm saying? You talking to me? Yeah. Which featured Georgina Spelvin, the star of the well-known erotic film The Devil in Miss Jones. Raymond's film premiered in 1973 at the 1812 Theater of Chestnut Street. It was a low-budget effort that depicted sexual assault, bondage, underage sex, and the titular character's violent relationship with a drug addict. Raymond's movie did not experience the same cultural, critical, and financial success of the better-known erotic films of that era, but his mob-backed dreams of becoming an amateur was soon interrupted by his other passions. Crime. In 1974, the U.S. Secret Service busted the homegrown counterfeit operation Raymond ran in Doylestown, seizing the equivalent of over $1 million in phony $10 bills. He served 2 years in prison. After he got out, authorities busted him again in 1977 for operating a methamphetamine lab in Philadelphia. Facing more prison time, Raymond skipped bail and went on the run. Raymond fled to the West Coast with his longtime girlfriend, Miroslava Anna Friku. I think my phone's too close to the... Hold on. There you go. We met sometime after she was arrested in an LSD raid at a house near Temple University. He assumed the identity of Dr. Stanley Eugene Stokowski, a real-life chemist in California with a doctorate from Stanford University. Hey, thanks Haley and Carson Hockey Fan Club. In 1980, Raymond married Frukuniak in Nevada using... Okay, and that says... They settled in a sleepy port city of Tamaru. Raymond, whose years as an illicit drug maker had made him a skilled chemist, boasted that he had a doctorate and got a job with an alternative fuels company with a fraudulent academic transcript under Stokowski's name. He launched a facility that covered whey into ethanol fuel. Converted whey into ethanol fuel. In 1981, Eugene was born, entering the world against the backdrop of his father's deceit. That's when Eugene was born in 1981, after his father's done everything we just read up until then. Raymond traveled back to the United States multiple times using different aliases, but in 1984 he was caught re-entering New Zealand with 5 fake passports, according to news reports. The incident sparked national inquiries in New Zealand and how a fugitive imposter had managed to get work as a prominent chemist. Raymond did not stick around for more questioning. He allegedly broke into a house, stole another passport, and fled to America before he could be charged. He left Anna and Eugene behind, and they returned to America later. It's just like Catch Me If You Can. I mean, these guys are really, like, kind of, I mean, Dad was, anyways, creative, you know. He's, like, figuring out ways to do everything, even if it's all crap. The FBI caught up with him in Orlando and extradited him to Philadelphia in 1985. A psychologist in a court-ordered exam noted that Raymond had an IQ of 140, but suffered from deep-rooted emotional... God, it just skipped way out of... Where did that go? Deep-rooted emotional problems. A federal judge sentenced him to 4 years. That just skipped again, didn't it? Jeez. 4 years. Raymond expressed no regrets. I loved being a fugitive, he would later say. It was always exciting, always thinking, who am I going to be today? After an early release from prison in 1987, Raymond moved his family to Northeast Philadelphia and got a job as an IT director. His wife, Anna, found work cleaning houses. Although Raymond claimed he never took drugs, he watched Anna fall into addiction. She died in 1989 at the age of 39. See, like he's involved with all of it. She was sitting in their living room and accidentally overdosed on, I thought it was ongoing medical, it was something totally different. Accidental overdose on, glutathione and codeine, a dangerous heroin alternative, prone to abuse when combined. Eugene, then just 7 years old, was in the room at the time. Yeah, I think you're totally right up there, Phyllis, when you said that he never had a chance. I don't feel sorry for him though. Raymond, in a later interview, expressed resentment about his wife killing herself. All the while things were bad, she held it together, he said. Then, when things were good, she fell apart. My basic reaction was anger because she bailed out and left me with a kid to raise. Raymond and Eugene moved to a 3-bedroom home in Chalfont, close to family. He opened a barbecue restaurant with a colleague from the adult film industry, pursued his art, and raised Eugene as a single father. Yeah, I wonder how it's like, when you bring your father to school, and it's sort of like show and tell, like, hey, what does your father do? Imagine, like, you see this guy's face on the left here, He's standing there in front of the class. What does he say that he does? I think Phyllis could come up with a nice sentence for that. Hey, kids! Hey, thanks, Carson Hockey Fan Club and Phyllis Watson. And thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yes, everybody. My father is a porn addict. He brings in sex workers who are down and out and then uses them to film erotic films. It's just so great, He's a fantastic dad. My stomach just was like, urgh. In 1994, he directed and starred in Lovers, which was produced by Femme Distribution Company, a feminist porn studio. One reviewer described it as a moody feature that intercut scenes of sexual assault and bondage with thought-provoking dialogue. But Raymond was facing the reality that his attempt to blend pornography and cinema was a commercial failure. Now, well into his 50s, he allowed in an artistic gutter. Wallowed, so it says. Now, well in his 50s, he wallowed in an artistic gutter. He performed in at least 8 pornographic films. So now he was a porn star. There you go. There you go. There's Phyllis. All right. People don't appreciate the amount of effort I put into not being a serial killer. You know, I just realized something, Phyllis. I just realized who you look like. Is that you? Is that a picture of you, Phyllis? Right there? I mean, is that you right there? I was thinking you mildly look like Buffy the Vampire Slayer's mom. In that picture, your hairdo and stuff. Remember that in the show, Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Yeah. Let's see. I just remember the whole time I've always think, God, she looks like somebody, and then it just popped into my head. Yeah. You got the Farrah Fawcett do. All right. She's one of the Charlie's Angels. So, oh wait, I got to tell my story now, just in case I said something like that. So if you look at the, the emojis down there, we got the one that looks like a cat eye, or not a cat eye, the lizard face, that one. Yeah, so, I'm not really smooth or anything, so I was in a bar, and there was a waitress in there, and I guess I was, I talked to her, and then she sat down at my table, and we were talking and stuff, and she had really pretty eyes. They were kind of like those, those really light eyes and they're sort of like exotic, like a cat. And I told her, I looked at her and I said, man, your eyes look like a lizard. And she didn't stay at the table much longer. She got up and left. I think that offended her. But if she just had said, what do you mean they look like a lizard? I would have said, oh, they looked exotic. But see, they literally just look like lizards. So anyways, yeah, that didn't go over very well. And so now it's an emoji in there. The lizard eye, if I say something that isn't quite, smooth, well, that's where it comes from, right there. Yeah. All right, anyways, now well into his 50s, he wallowed in an artistic gutter. He performed in at least 8 pornographic films, primarily low-budget exhibitionist features called Streets of New York that were shot in the dumpster-packed alleys of Manhattan. He also began photographing sex workers using Kensington Avenue as his casting room. He would shoot photos of women working corners, often without permission, and earned a reputation under the L tracks as a lurker who offered cash or drugs in exchange for nude film shoots. Man, whew, that's crazy. Smooth criminal. Doom, doom. Yeah. Doom, you've been hit by... Doom, doom. He launched a now-defunct personal website called Errado.com in the late 90s. Paid subscribers could access his photos and videos depicting sexual violence and women who appeared to be shooting heroin. Raymond saw himself as a feminist and critic of modern society, but he was unapologetic about exploiting drug-addicted women. He likened himself to the snake in a parable about a woman who cares for a serpent only to be bitten once it reaches maturity. Well, that's the thing that that's the Trump thing that he would do all the time. The story about the snake. The woman asks, Why? And the snake says, because it's in my nature. Right. Although he had, although he had a young son, Raymond didn't let that stop him from bringing his work home. In the early 90s, Raymond placed an ad for a housekeeper and hired a teenage girl, 33 years younger than he was, and addicted to heroin. She looked like a child, her mother, Charlotte Ring, said. I think he just wanted to use her for porn. They applied for a marriage license in June of 1999, but never tied the knot. Ring said she could not persuade her daughter to return to their nearby home in Chalfont until she eventually went into rehab. Eugene, meanwhile, was a straight student. Oh, yeah, there we go. We got a straight-on shot. Eyes below ears. It's actually ears below eyes, man. Look at those damn things, man. See the bottom of those ears shit there about next to his mouth over there. That's crazy. I think that's Eugene when he was younger. It was no secret that Eugene's dad worked in porn. Okay, Eugene, meanwhile, was a straight-A student, just like his dad had been at Central Buck West High School. But his father's career was a source of embarrassment, according to Eugene's former classmates who found Raymond creepy. It was not secret that Eugene's dad worked in porn. Hanging on a wall of their home was a huge photograph of Raymond with thinning hair and a ponytail receiving oral sex from a woman while she held a knife to his head. Yet friends said Eugene shared many of his father's other interests: chemistry, forgery, and eluding capture. He once swiped a lawnmower. See, isn't that crazy? That means his dad taught him all this shit, you know? He wasn't, insulated from anything. He's one of those people that's nurtured into being, there's probably some of the nature part of it, the predisposition, but then his father just, nurtured him right into being a monster. So it says forgery and eluding capture. He once swiped a lawnmower from Home Depot and wheeled it home. When his dad gave him money to go buy groceries at Giant, Eugene preferred to steal them. It was like it was a grocery store called Giant, and then he would just go there and steal the groceries. It was like a thrill for him, one friend recalled. Eugene's friend called him Giza, after the Wu-Tang Clan rapper GZA. In a trailer in Eugene's backyard, they smoked weed lifted from Raymond's grow operation, listened to Wu-Tang, and skateboarded on a half-pipe. According to two former classmates, Eugene sometimes smoked crack, cocaine, and wet marijuana laced with PCP. He had an older cousin who was a role model and one of the best friends, but when Eugene was in high school, his cousin at the age of 19 crashed a convertible and died. The loss devastated Eugene. When his mother died and his cousin died, he had no moral anchor, said one relative who asked not to be identified out of privacy concerns. Eugene didn't stand a chance. Despite their conflicted relationship, Eugene acknowledged the role his father had played in his life. In a 1999 yearbook graduation photo, Eugene eulogized his cousin and ended with a note to his father: "Thank you, Dad, for all you've done for me." Jeez. I mean, that should have been like, "Thank you, Dad, for all you have done for me." Or I guess it could have been, "Thank you, Dad, for all you've done for me." that. You gotta be kidding me. Eugene never officially graduated from Central Bucks West, according to school administrators. A friend said he forged his diploma, showing off the fake document in his bedroom. It is not clear if he completed his high school education elsewhere, but Drexel University confirmed Eugene enrolled there before 1999 and 2003. His academic career ended in 2003 following a night of drinking at a Northeast Philly bar. Eugene blew a red light and T-boned another car. The driver suffered catastrophic brain injury and spent 16 years in a vegetative state before dying. What the? This is ridiculous. These people are just, what a waste of humanity these people are. In 2004, Eugene pleaded guilty to driving under the influence and aggravated assault. He was sentenced to 2 to 4 years in prison. That's it? He should have got 20. Raymond was always looking for new women, particularly those, this is Raymond. Yeah, so Raymond was always looking for new women, particularly those who resembled his deceased wife, Anna. He once asked one of Eugene's high school friends, who was working at a car wash, if she wanted to star in his films. Another woman heard about him from a cellmate when she was locked up in Bucks County Jail on a drug charge. She later agreed to be photographed nude at his studio for money and drugs. He said she reminded him of Anna and asked her to star in Slaves, a 2003 film he was producing. Raymond met Amy McCale in Kensington. She was struggling with mental health issues and drug and alcohol addiction. This is in The Inquirer, by the way. And she came to view Raymond as her savior after he got her off the streets. She co-starred with him in a pornographic film. Oh, jeez. Oh, thanks, Marty, up there. We got Marty, Timothy Cecil, and Lisa Valenzuela in the coffee realm. Thank you, guys. Looks like, yeah, as I said before, the challenge was met. Thank you. Did you just get here late, Haley? You must have disappeared for a while. 3 years later, let's see, where are we at here? Let's see. Raymond met Amy McCale in Kensington. She was struggling with mental health issues and drug and alcohol addiction, and she came to view Raymond as her savior. McCale, 30 years Raymond's junior, later married him beside a greenhouse in the backyard of the Chalford home in September of 2004. The same year, Raymond inherited the Olney house from his aunt. In 2 published photo books featuring women recruited from Kensington in sexual bondage, a few pictures appear to be staged there. Eugene got out of prison in 2006. Raymond remained in Chalfont, and he transferred the Olney property into his son's name. 3 years later, a highly intoxicated 21-year-old woman called 911 to report a burglar in Raymond Chalford's residence. Responding officers found no evidence of an intruder, but they did find 455 marijuana plants in the basement and 2 shotguns. The feds seized the Chalfont home. After pleading guilty to 3 felonies and receiving a 54-month sentence, I think the biggest problem here is the light sentencing these guys get. Raymond spent his time in prison writing a series of novels about serial killers and sexual deviants that he later self-published. In 2013, when he was released from prison, at the age of 70, Raymond and Eugene were together again in Olney, living in the aging family home turned porn studio. Raymond described himself as a frustrated aging porn star. I walked down the street seeing all these beautiful, breathtaking women who are now totally inaccessible to me, totally off limits now, he said. If I stay away from mirrors, I can still convince myself that I'm 18 years old. Raymond started wearing an eye patch, although friends were unsure if it was for medical reasons or simply to bolster his villainous persona. His art found a few admirers, including in Europe, and some of his photos appeared in an anthology of erotic art in New York City, prefaced by the prominent critic Camille Paglia. But Raymond seemed resigned to obscurity, noting that few galleries wanted photographs of wasted, emaciated heroin junkies. I guess there's somebody sitting in the corner over here, in the corner of the wall. He landed a 2014 show at the Paper Mill Artist Studios in Kensington. Raymond set up a slideshow photo gallery. Can I see it right here? I don't know. Doesn't look like it. In a warehouse surrounded by needle-littered railroad tracks. The series began with a photo of naked women who became more gaunt and sickly as heroin took its toll. Several shots showed syringes dangling from the arms pocked with bruises and sores. As a finale, Raymond played a video showing the body of a naked woman. Raymond claimed she had died of a drug overdose after he had paid her for sex. The video shows her body being loaded into an oven and cremated. Isn't that interesting? The cremated part with the urns. They have 5 urns in the house, and I bet you 4 of those are bodies of people. Some of the attendees were shocked and disgusted. One of them, local audiovisual technician Justin Roman, recalled that Raymond was totally shameless when confronted. He was doing it all because he wants to have sex with women who are addicted to heroin, Roman said. And he seemed very self-aware that he could not stop his compulsion. McCale and Raymond divorced in 2008, but she kept returning to visit after he moved to Olney. She was at the Chew Avenue home on June 13, 2016, when she called her mom to tell her she was coming home. She sounded drunk, so her mother told her to stay. Early the next morning, McCale, a strawberry blonde, 44-year-old grandmother of 3, left a voicemail with her daughter saying she was okay. All right, but hey guys, written one of those massive lulls again, so if anybody out there wants to help support the channel, that would be awesome. We're still at, if we combine them, we're just at the goal, but on YouTube, we're 66%. She was never heard from again. McCale would sometimes be gone for a couple of days, but never much longer. Her daughter, Amanda Stouffer, said McCale had been looking forward to Stouffer's forthcoming wedding. My mom had her struggles with addiction, said Stouffer, 38, but my mom would not want to disappear in my life. Raymond told police that the McCale family, the same story, told police and the McCale family the same story. She was drinking vodka, and he went to bed. When he woke up, she was gone. At the time, Eugene was back in prison for drugs and would not be released until a month after McCale's reported disappearance. Detectives were suspicious, so that means that Raymond would be involved. Detectives were suspicious of Raymond, McCale, and Stouffer Sofer said, but they did not have probable cause to obtain a search warrant. Eventually, Raymond stopped reaching out to her family. When she would disappear before, Raymond would always keep calling me, McCale said. After this, I never heard from him. Years later, Raymond, now in his late 70s, frequented a one-time crack house on Wensley Street in Kensington. He would come there to pick up drugs and grab the girls for video shoots, said Anna Marie Reverton, 58, who was something akin to a grandmother for the drug-addicted women who lived there. One of the women Raymond picked up was Blair Tonzelli. So Raymond, I don't know, I think he was, maybe he was acting out. I think he was doing what he was saying. Like, his art was actually real, is what it was. She was estranged from her family in northeast Philadelphia and had been in and out of prison. Friends recalled her as a loyal, someone who would literally give her last $2. It was not unusual for Tonzelli to stay for long stretches at a house in Olney, where Raymond claimed she worked as his home health aide. David McCarty, 72, said he stopped hearing from Tonzelli entirely in August 2022. The last time she posted on her Facebook account was August 17th of that year. Fearing the worst, two of Tonzelli's friends reported her missing in February of 2023. One told police she was last seen at Raymond's house on Chew Avenue. Another woman who spent time at the home described overdose death as grim reality, but not mysterious cases where bodies vanish. I've lost probably 6 or 7 friends who overdosed on the street in abandoned houses and cars, said the women. A 37-year-old friend of Krista Killen, who lived at the Olney house last year, and their bodies are always found, always. I guess that's her right there, Krista Killen. Wow. Man, this is pretty long here. Is there any other... I don't know. Should I just keep going on this one? Seems kind of interesting. Let me see. Okay, that's not too much more there. Let's see. While an array of different women cycled through the Olney property, often for brief stretches, Killen was an old-timer. She first appeared in Raymond's 2003 movie Slaves and watched him eat a raw steak and drink prop blood out of a wine glass for one scene. Years later, in Raymond's 2017 documentary Whore, he filmed Killen using drugs and describing her own behavior as slow suicide. Killen reflected back on her scene with Raymond in Slaves and said she had wondered, is he gonna effing kill me? This is a movie, he reassured her. I don't want you to be scared. Killen lived off, and I bet you, that's what I think. I think in some of these movies he's made, he literally killed a person, and people wouldn't really know, did he really do that, or is it just, but he did. Killen lived off and on in the Olney house while continuing to perform risky sex work. She ran errands for Raymond when his eyesight deteriorated, driving him around in an aging Chrysler luxury sedan. He would get upset when she left. He once posted on Facebook a photo of Killen in withdrawal, doubled over on a toilet, just to get back at her, according to a friend. Killen never feared Raymond would harm her, but she worried about what might happen if she was left alone in the house with Eugene. Krista was always fearful that if something happened to Ray or passed away, Eugene would not know what to do and not know how to control himself, said Daniel Wynn, 46, a longtime friend of Killen's. In late 2024, after a years-long infection in Killen's leg, doctors had to amputate it above the knee. A month later, baby cat died of a brain tumor. Raymond's health was also in decline, and after he died in May of 2025, Killen was suddenly alone in the house with Eugene. Oh boy. And she disappeared. 3 days after Raymond's death, a lit cigarette sparked a fire in Killen's second-floor bedroom, where, so that he did that, Eugene did, where she had moved after losing part of her leg. The blaze destroyed most of her belongings, leaving charred bricks and boarded-up windows. The fire led police finding guns and marijuana growing operation. The fire had torn a gash in the roof, and rain pelted into the kitchen, the dining room, and Killen's bedroom. On August 16, 2025, 3 months after Raymond passed, she died of a drug overdose. Jeez. I don't know, man. Eugene announced Killen's death on her Facebook page. Please let everyone know we were in love. Oh, wow. And we were going to get married. Oh, that's total bullshit. Yeah. Wow, he wrote that. Her friend said neither of those things was true. Right, exactly. Eugene's life continued to unravel in the wake of his father's death, just as Killen guessed, too. That's what she said. Eugene's life continued to unravel in the wake of his father's death. Neighbors said they saw him outside, quiet and jittery, often obsessively washing his black BMW. He would be dressed in a nice shirt, as if he were headed to the office, although his only means of income appeared to be selling drugs. He was arrested again this year in March after he stabbed a man in the stomach during an apparent dispute over a woman at 8th and Market Streets. The case was withdrawn when the victim failed to appear in court, and Eugene was released from jail in May. Just a few weeks later, on the morning of June 19th, a U.S. Marshal police ranger approached Eugene's BMW parked near 6th and Market. A woman inside sounded distraught. As the ranger got closer, the woman in the back seat said, "Eugene, you're going to hurt me." Inside the car, officers found narcotics, 2 firearms with obliterated serial numbers, and other weapons, along with the fake U.S. drug enforcement badge with Eugene's photograph under the name Eugene Frederick Steiner. Police called real DEA agents to the scene, who turned their attention to the woman in the car. The 39-year-old woman told police her name was Blair Tonzelli. She showed officers an ID card bearing her photo, but with Tonzelli's name. It did not take long to determine she was lying. She told investigators that she did not know Tonzelli and was not aware that she was missing. But I think something bad may have happened to her, she said. She said she was afraid to enter the basement of the Olney house because Eugene told her he had hurt people there. He had never been violent towards her, she said, but he was obsessed and would sometimes sit for 24 hours outside her house, she said. He had told her he knew which chemicals are needed to reduce a human body so it could be flushed down a toilet. So Eugene's the one that's saying that. Authorities, including the FBI, forensic experts, and hazmat suits, searched Eugene's home. They found bank cards in Tonzelli's name, Killen's death certificate, and 5 urns containing plastic bags of unidentifiable cremains. One bore the name Raymond Charles Horsch. Who are the other 4? Other findings only deepened the mystery of what had been happening at the house. Hidden compartments, including one in a hollowed-out stair vats filled with chemicals and 55-gallon drums with connections to water lines leading into a hole in the ground. The note mentioning Ted Bundy included confessions for acts of violence such as having a 2-foot zip tie in the pocket and drum setup. I had been ready and waiting, and I am damn sure showed no hesitation, the note states, and it was fun. Investigators are reviewing Raymond's films and reading his novels for clues, giving his work the attention in death that he always hoped to archive in life. His books describe ways to murder women. One scene depicts a body being dissolved with chemicals in a bathtub. The same book includes tales of Raymond's bizarre life story, interspersed with passages that he conceded are complete fiction, but he leaves the reader guessing. Would it surprise you, he wrote, to learn that I'm lying? See, I bet you in some of his films there's really people being killed, but he made it seem like it wasn't real. Yeah, I guess these are like some of his books or whatever. Let's see. His films. See. Looks like that's the same person there. So they're comparing it to a guy named Gary Heidnik. I think he's, let me type him in. I think he's a serial killer. Let's see. Was an American murderer and a serial rapist who kidnapped, tortured, and raped 6 women, murdering 2 of them while holding them captive in a self-dug pit in his basement floor in Philadelphia. Between 86 and 87, he was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection in July of 1999. Gary Heidnik was born on November 22nd, 1943. Let me see down here. I don't know. Maybe we'll go over that one tomorrow or something. I'm tired. Anyways, man, this is just the craziest thing to come out of nowhere. How come this isn't like the biggest story in the country right now? This is ridiculous, this case. I mean, don't you think? I think it's like the biggest, this should be like the biggest case in history right now. I mean, I think it's just crazy. Ding, 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 diddle, ding, ding, ding. Let's see. Winter prison dinner? I don't know. I'm just like, Oh, it's huge. I think this is just crazy. Well, that was kind of cool. Anything, because I made this little picture thing look sort of normal. Like I can make it small. I can replace that. You know, it's down there. It just looks like it fits right into the scene almost, like a, I don't know. Yeah. Right, that's what I said earlier, Phyllis. I said if this was a movie, people would go, that's stupid. It's kind of like the one with Lori and Chad Daybell. That thing was like, if that was, you can't really even make a movie because it sounds so stupid, you know. This one's nuts, though. I think you could do a movie on this one because there's so much stuff that you could, you know, all of Raymond's life, and then Eugene, the stuff he had to sit and watch, and you sort of put him there, and then he becomes his father, you know, basically. What fits the scene? What do you mean? Anyways, thank you to Marty. Sent a couple buckets of coffee. We got Cecil and Timothy Cecil and Lisa with half buckets of coffee, and you know, you guys made a big difference. Appreciate that. Didn't reach the goal on YouTube again, but just kind of is what it is, I guess. Let's see. We got Cheryl Bullock, Joel Burnt, Haley, Michelle H., Wild Bill Wassman, Joel Burnt. And we had Phyllis Watson. She did a challenge to get us moving along there. And then we got 1,000 Joules from H-Doc, Wild Bill Wassman, Haley, Wild Bill Wassman, Wild Bill Wassman, Missy 6, Wild Bill Wassman, Meow. You know, we got a bunch of different little jewels in there. Then we had Phyllis Watson, Haley, and then Typo Psycho, we gifted a membership. And Wild Bill Wassman, 6 Kids UK, Phyllis Watson, Sharp Tack, then Hot Pocket. They sent me a link to the Dead Dad. I think we just read more than what was in Wikipedia at this point. And then Wild Bill Wassman, Phyllis Watson. Then Sammy became a new member. Then Haley, Wild Bill Wassman. What are you guys talking about? I've seen those things for a long time, those things. They're just replacing something. Like, let me see if I can see it over here. Well, let me finish this first, though. And then Phyllis Watson, then Sammy, Wild Bill Wassman, and Marie. Then I had to gift one. Then Phyllis Watson, then Norma Jean, Phyllis Watson, and then Carson Hockey, 5 months. Thank you. Haley, Carson Hockey Fan Club, Phyllis Watson, Carson Hockey Fan Club, gifting some jewels in there. All right. Thank you, guys. I'm trying to find the one that you guys are talking about. It puts that little... It's been doing it. I've seen it for months, that symbol. I don't know. I'm trying to find... I can't find the comments. It's one up there. It says, oh, that one. I think it's like YouTube's just struggling. Oh no, or is it oh or oh no? I can't even find it. It's weird. I can see it on the right, but then I try to scroll up and it's not really there. Who knows? Yeah, I don't. Type the same thing again. Okay? Type it in again to get the same thing that pops up. Good night, Michelle. I can't find it. You type too many things in. Okay, right there, the shorter one. So you typed in, oh no. You said, yeah, oh. Right? On my end it says, yeah, okay, on StreamYard it says, yeah, oh. No, wait. No, that's Hughes typing it. Yeah, you know what? The one that says that symbol in O doesn't show up in StreamYards. It's gone. It doesn't even make it over there. That's kind of weird. That one doesn't even make it to StreamYard. Like it's something's wrong with it. Yeah, I see the one that just says ooh. Not OO. You know, you typed in OO. You know, I see ooh over here. Why do you say weird? No, I type ooh. It's the one that has OO that has the weird symbol on it. Or are you saying ooh turned into the symbol and then OO? I forget it. I don't. That's just too much. You know, nobody's responding quick enough. Okay, I see the oohs. On my end, it says ooh over here on the left in StreamYard. So it's obviously an error in Google, YouTube. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Night homes in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth.
A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars, a skin deep charm hiding rusted bars. You feel it before you name what you fear. A crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right.
speak like a guardian in the hush of the night.
They glide through families with practiced regret,
Wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette.
listen to laughter that trembles and strains, notice the hush where the warning remains.
Old stories whisper where the new lie steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears.
Little betrayals tucked in the grin, patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety
Disappears. We teach the children to name every name,
to trust their skin, to call out the game.
when instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive.
Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail, quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears.
Thank you.
Eyes below ears,
Kentio hit
the
Tika, or whatever that, whatever that is. Antioquia.
Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold and sharpen your sight. We
Hey, where's
name
Haley?
what
She's
we
always here
feel,
during the music part.
and we bring it to light. Park my ride outside of Marty's bar and grill. Woke up to a tow truck and a sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell.
Oh, there you are. Okay, all right.
Left
What are you
with a
hiding from all of us?
suitcase
My God.
and a cigarette shell.
Jesus.
I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl, my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my
I've always
side.
seen it, Sandy. I just didn't say anything.
Lost every game.
What do you mean I wasn't seeing it? You haven't commented.
And my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin
I'm
jail
scrolling up.
cell.
The last only comment you made in like 2 hours
Tried to
was
catch
thanking
a
Marty
memory
for.
at the corner of
that was
the
it.
bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar.
Yeah, I've seen that little mark for a long time.
Friends were half smiling, the night fell thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl, my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink. Cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck tolls like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
Yeah, I guess Haley says I wasn't seeing her. I don't know. I don't remember. I was just reading documents or articles the whole night. I see the thank you, Marty, for the last challenge. And then before that, just a laugh one. And then, a couple, I thank you for the gifted memberships and whatnot. But that's about it, Yeah, I said thanks for those. Each one that you put in. You'll have to go back and listen. I wouldn't. I don't not thank people. Let's see. All right, when they pop up on the screen. I mean, I guess it's possible I could accidentally miss one, but I don't intentionally do that. Yeah. Yeah, he was here 2 days ago. That's the night that was that crazy thing where I was typing to him and he wasn't responding, but it turns out he can't see my text message. I think he said he figured it out though. I think I figured it out, he said. Oh wait, he says he's traveling again. Oh yeah, he's traveling. I didn't see that part. Yeah, he said we need to get Penny on an indie style sound on my song West Virginia. And he said something about think Lumineers mixed with Elliott Smith. Yeah. Hey, sorry if you didn't hear me say thank you. I always want to thank everybody for supporting the channel. Don't take it personally, Hey, you guys are always, the people that are always here at the end, like right now, you guys are the ones I'm always looking for, you guys are the homies. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones hanging out, playing our 6 or 7 cool songs. Sorry about that. I don't intentionally try to make people feel bad or anything.
street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name and dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him.
Homies.
My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin, folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold. Night breeze on the windowsill. I count the stars like faces I can't touch. Morning folds its map across the room. I trace the places where your laughter used to be. Coffee cools beside the photos on the shelf. I wonder which road took the best of you from
Can't you take
me.
antibiotics to get that taken care of?
Shadows keep the questions that I can't unlearn. Echoes hold the stories I
sinuses,
still hate to learn.
I used to get them all
I
the time.
find it wise to find the time to know
Come on, Haley, join in, man. You're always joining
to
in. Come on.
feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Letters in the corner smell like distant rain. Names in my pocket are maps I never read. I talk to empty chairs and wait for answers back, wishing on the corners of a life I can't retrieve. If memory's a river, I keep diving in to catch the little truths you left inside my skin. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Maybe they're under all the quiet that I fear. Maybe they're humming in the songs I still hear. I close my eyes and reach through the distance and the years to hold a piece of all the people I held dear. Softly I call their names into the night. Fingers on the map, trying to bring them into light. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Night breathes on the windowsill. I leave the light on, hoping somewhere someone feels the same and keeps me on. I kept my lipstick on for strangers,
Oh, that was a. I thought it
counting pieces of another goodbye. I walk through rooms of borrowed promises, smile through storms that weren't my own. They took my light, called it their favor, left me learning how to fall alone. I built my armor out of maybes, quiet prayers under city lights. Then you came like a steady sunrise, woke the colors I had locked inside. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I used to measure love in footprints, trying to fit where I didn't belong. You said my name without a question, made the broken parts feel strong. No more dodging all the thunders, no more hiding from my truth. Your hands taught me to trust the weather and trust the rhythm of my youth. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I was a whisper in a crowded silence. You were the chorus that pulled me through. Now every day
Thank you, Timothy Cecil.
when your breath says I'm enough. I knew higher,
Oh, it's Chicken Wing
higher.
at the
On
buzzer.
your
Where the hell you been,
wings
Chicken
I
Wing?
learned to fly higher, higher, leaving every broken night. You lift me up, like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle,
Chicken Wing.
like an eagle.
Whoa!
No more heavy anchors holding, only open blue and truth to find. You lift me up, and I am fearless. You lift me up,
What happened, Haley?
and you are mine.
All right, let's see if this one's any good. Let me try this one.
I stand at the curb with my pockets turned out.
Let me try this one.
I stand at the curb with my pockets turned out. Hands like a map for the places I feel. City lights flicker, but no one looks down. Faces move past, I go in that won't change. I call to the window, I knock on the door. My voice is an echo of things I ignore. Sometimes a stranger will bend and be kind, but most nights the silence answers me blind. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry.
There you go,
Mouth
Phyllis.
full of ducks and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. Thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. There was a church with candles for prayers. I folded my shame into something like faith. They taught me forgiveness like rain from above. But the sky can be empty when it's needed the most. I remember a hand that once steadied me home, a voice that would anchor
Hold on, it's in the same place.
And secrets inside, and charity's fate sometimes turns its eyes. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, mouth full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. Mercy's a language I learned late in life, said with small acts that cut through the night. If you have a glass, would you pour one more time? If you've ever been empty, you'll know what I mean. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, mouth full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. Sometimes a hand finds a hurt in my palm. Sometimes a river remembers to flow. But if it ever falters and leaves me alone, I'll keep calling mercy.
Hallelujah.
till someone knows.
Yeah, I want to see what that sounds like.
I walk the crack streets with a coin and a prayer, pockets full of promises that vanish in air. I laugh when the
is for Marty.
sunlight asks me to pretend, but when the night lanes close, the peace is unbent. I paint a grin on the face of the glass, tell myself this ache will pass. Yet every silence answers me the same. Mercy, the word that never calls my name. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. At sundown I laugh, at sunrise I cry.
Yeah, I added it in there.
Drifting,
It's Phyllis and Marty.
and why I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. I've traded my birthdays for a weather-thin hope. Smile through the static.
I combine Marty's and Phyllis.
I juggle bright phrases to keep from falling apart. But mercy keeps hiding just out of my heart. I stitch my courage from
Did you get it?
borrowed light, feed the small
Lisa?
embers under the night. Still every dawn writes the same soft blues, and every answer leaves me with more to lose. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. At sundown I laugh, at sunrise I cry. At midnight I'm drifting, caught wide and wide. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. Maybe mercy sleeps behind a locked door. Maybe it's waiting on some distant shore. I kneel in the silence and beg for more. The quiet counts my pleas and keeps score.
Alright, let me do this one right here. It's the same song, but it's got that other. Come on, play it. That's it. I think it just wants to do country music. I didn't tell it to do a harmonica.
Walk the crack streets with a coin and a prayer, Pockets full of promises that vanish in air. I laugh when the sunlight asks me to pretend. But when the night leaves close, the pieces unbend. I paint a grin on the face of the glass, tell myself this day will pass. Yet every silence answers me the same. Mercy is a word that never calls my name. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. At sundown I laugh, at sunrise I cry. At midnight I'm drifting, caught why and why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. I traded my birthday for weather than hope. Smiled through the static, learned how to cope. I juggle bright phrases to keep from falling apart, but mercy keeps hiding just out of my heart.
What's Dunkin' Run?
I stitch my courage from borrowed life, feed the small embers under
What's Baki?
Still every dawn has the same salt rules, and every answer leaves me with more to lose. I hate when
Oh, you like that one?
I stand at the curb with my pockets turned out, hands like a map of the places I failed. City lights flicker but no one looks down. Faces move past like a wind that won't change. I call to the windows, I knock on the doors. My voice is an echo of things I ignore. Sometimes a stranger will bend and be kind, but most nights the silence answers me blind. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, now full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. There was a church on the corner with candles full of prayers. I folded my shame into something like faith. They taught me forgiveness like rain from above, but the sky can be empty when it's needed the most. I remember a hand that once steadied me whole, a voice that would anchor the drifting in me. Now doors are locked tighter than secrets inside, and charity's face sometimes turns its eyes. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, now full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. Mercy is a language I learned late in life, said with small acts that cut through the night. If you have a glass, would you pour one more time? If you've ever been in deep, you'll know what I mean. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, now full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry, thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. Sometimes a hand finds a heart in my bone, sometimes a river remembers to flow, but if it ever falls,
calling mercy until someone knows.
At the fort where the river bends, moonlight paints the maps of men. Dusty road that whispers easy, smooth stones laid for careless feet. Hollow bells and silver promises lead the weary to defeat. Heart and compass at a stand. Wind is calling, take my hand. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Wild trail under honest stars. Rouge that pull, but ground that holds. Every step is paid in courage. Every scar becomes a goal. Footprints form what we become. Shadows shrink when morning comes. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Only one will lead you to the promised land. I hear the Father still another. Sing a river, sing a home. The easy road feeds empty hunger. The harder road calls you to roam. I close my eyes and see the sunrise burning clean across the land. I lift my face and choose the sunrise. Reach for truth with outstretched hand. One small step, one honest breath. Follow love and not the thread. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Just behind and dawn ahead. I walk the path where faith is led. One road gone, one road stands. I follow the road to the promised land. One road gone, one road stands. I follow the road to the
Hello,
promised land. Soft hairline, thread of silver light. A breath, a hush, and then the night. a secret about to expire. Fingers fumble, the clasp slips free. One by one they loosen, fall from me. Slow at first, like rain on glass. Tiny echoes of the life we had. Plink, plink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. They kiss the pavement in a scattered line. Crimson confetti, a low design. Each small throb, a syllable of pain. We built our music from the broken chain. Listen close to the hollow drum, where every tenderness has come undone. Blink, blink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. Shiver of silver, a clatter of hope. Tiny dominoes that tumble and elope. Underfoot, the chorus finds its mouth, turning all our ornaments into south. Clink, 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 the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. One last plink, a last soft sigh. The string is empty under the sky.
Here comes the sun.
Laughing and crying, living and dying is all we got. It's all we got. So hold on, I think they'll play another song. Please hold on, I think I'll write you one more song. I have this voice within my heart. I have this heart within on my head. On days like these it's hard to say exactly what they said. What they said. But I'll hold on, I think I'll find my path along. And I'll stay strong, because I know I'll have your song. I'll have your song.
I stand at the curb with my pockets turned out, hands like a map of the places I failed. City lights flicker, but no one
This
looks
is one
down.
more attempt at that
Faces
one.
move past like a wind that won't change. I call to the windows, I knock on the doors. My voice is an echo of things I ignore. Sometimes a stranger will bend and be kind, but most nights the foul intentions be blind. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. Mouth full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. Thirst on my tongue while the world walks by.
Pretty good version.
There was a church on this corner with candles for prayers. I folded my shame into something like faith. They taught me forgiveness like rain from above, but the sky can be empty when it's needed the most. I remember a hand that once steadied me whole, a voice that would anchor the drifting in me. Now doors a lot tighter than secrets inside, and charity face sometimes turns its eyes. Hey, when the river of mercy runs dry, mouth full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. Thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. Mercy is a language I learned late in life, said with small eyes that cut through the night. If you have a glass, would you pour one more time? If you've ever been empty, you'll know what I mean. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. Mouth full of dust and no one asks why. I hate when the river of mercy runs dry. Thirst on my tongue while the world walks by. Sometimes a hand finds a hurt in my palm. Sometimes the river remembers to flow. But if it ever falters and leaves me alone, I'll keep calling mercy until someone knows. I'll keep calling until someone knows.
All right, this song is for all of you guys chatting. Here we go. Here we go. There, listen to this. Chicken wing.
Early Friday sunrise, 2 cups in our hands. Drive through Poet Bunny, biscuits on
It says
the man.
McDonald's. Doesn't say.
Hubby cracks a quiet joke, radio hums along. Warm gravy on my fingers, this is where we belong. Cold window, warm seats, the town rolls away. Small rituals and laughter, the kind that never breaks. Biscuits and gravy, golden and warm. Biscuits and gravy, where the morning starts. Dunkin' rum with hubby, iced coffee on the side. Simple little moment, keep our hearts alive. Chickens in the backyard, kick up dust for bugs. They peck and they parade and strut their little thugs. That chief lawyer watches with a grin that stays. What's funny about that chief lawyer is what a chicken would say. Hey, life tastes
it's better shaky, messy and sweet. Fried bread and feathers, footsteps on the street. We trade our sleepy secrets over paper cups and heat, and laugh at how the smallest things make living complete. Biscuits and gravy, golden and warm. Oh, biscuits and gravy, where the morning starts. Dunkin' run with hubby, iced coffee on the side. Simple little moments keep our hearts alive. Biscuits and gravy, hold my hand. Biscuits and stay. Oh, Dunkin' run with hubby every Friday, every day. Every stay. Biscuits and gravy, biscuits and stay.
Wasn't that good? Come on, that was pretty good for just grabbing your guys' comments and threw them in there. Yeah. Biscuits and gravy. That's awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna try one more random.
I watch the shore erase its lines again. A scatter of foam, a name the tide won't keep. The ocean rolls like a coin in the dark. Each toss a little lawless, a secret without a mark.
I said backy, but yeah, I meant to.
Adrift on choices made
how you say it,
by
Backy?
wind and by chance. No compass in my pocket, only the pull of circumstance. There's beauty in the tumble and learning how to sway, but sometimes I am wishing for a channel to obey. Waves for the wandering, river for the road. One sings of wandering, one carries a chord. The river cuts where purpose finds the land.
Knows the stones it meets and the course it plans.
The current holds an order,
A gentle, steady shove. It teaches
Donuts
how
never get diarrhea from
to travel
donuts.
when you know what you're made of.
What the hell?
I used to
From
praise
that
the
person, it's like, what
random,
is donuts?
let the breakers
Never got
ride my
diarrhea.
day.
Now I feel the river calling, offering away waves for the wandering,
River for the road,
one sings of wandering.
one carries a cold. swing of freedom, I learned how to breathe.
In the hush of mapped out water,
I learned how to lead.
between the wild and the guided,
Both hands learned to hold
the map and the sea.
Recreational mummification, everybody. We should make a song about that. What would the chorus be? Recreational mummification.
river for the road.
One sings of wandering,
One carries a coal.
so let some nights be ocean.
Let some mornings know the flow.
I'll keep both in my pocket,
Wherever I may go.
I know it's Baki, but it said Backy. I can't make it say it the right way.
evening comes like a slow conspirator. Fingers of purple climb the rim of day. I press my palms against the closing hour. I will not loosen what wants to stay.
I like Krispy Kreme.
Years have taught me
I don't eat them anymore,
how to
though.
burn and bend.
Eat 5 of those, you might not have walked for 10
Voices like
days.
thunder in a patient chest.
Ah.
We shape our sparks from every borrowed end.
I remember when that started, like in
We lift our
2000,
mouths
1996
and
or something.
refuse to rest. Burn on through the falling light. Keep the embers angry, keep them bright. Burn on, don't bow to the night. Let your fire write the last line of the fight.
The wise have drawn their maps in shades.
That's why I don't
of
buy
gray.
them, Marty.
The words were polite.
Like when I buy a huge
Storms unseen.
bag of peanut M&Ms, I eat the whole damn
Good
thing.
hands
It's
to
not like,
trim.
I'll have 5 now and 5 later. you know.
Like the tide's last sway, they sob for what the quiet never meant.
That's
Not
true.
every whisper cures the
But being
coming dark.
fatter after eating Krispy Kremes
Not every silence
doesn't feel as good as
what it
being
has
skinny
lost.
does. And I'm not skinny.
We hammer heartbeat into stubborn spark. We pay our dues and do not count the cost. Burn on through the falling light. Keep the embers angry, keep them bright. Burn on, don't bow to the night. Let your fire write the last line of the fight. Call it stubbornness, call it faith aflame. Shout until the horizon gives you back your name. Hands like flares against the hush of doom. We will
They like
be
that word hush
stars
in their
in
song.
the room that wants to consume. Burn on.
But it's after you eat. I see why you're eating, it doesn't feel better. But after you've done gobbling down 12 Krispy Kremes,
keep them growing.
That's when it doesn't feel good anymore.
Burn on, don't bow to the night. Let your fire write the last line of the fight. When the final bell arrives with soft disguise, I will keep kindling this defiant light.
Okay, this next one I just said, write a song about eating ice cream. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah. Oh, this is the first one I did. I think it was a hip-hop version. Cool scoop morning, silver tatted. Just kidding.
Morning, silver light on cream. Tiny planets melting into dreams.
Okay, I want to try this one now. Hold on. Maybe I should have said Krispy Kremes.
Cold school morning, silver light on cream. Tiny planets melting into dreams. Boom dives through velvet, ribbon and slow. Vanilla whispers, chocolate rivers flow. Strawberry blush like a secret held sweet. Every single taste is soft frozen bee. Town meets winter spun into lace. One more scoop until the world fades. Ice cream, only ice cream. Call my name, only ice cream. Ice cream, only ice cream. Melt the same. Ice cream, ice cream, only ice cream.
It is about Biden. It's got a picture of him bending over.
Ice cream, only ice cream. Never stop.
On rewind.
Comb cradle starlight, cup holds the moon. Hazelnut thunder, minty afternoon. Salted caramel with slow in the steam. I taste the whole sky in a single cream. Cold ribbon sliding, soft and divine. Give me one more taste of frozen time. Ice cream, only ice cream. Call my name. Ice cream, ice cream, only ice cream. Melt the same. Ice cream, only ice cream. Scoop by scoop. Ice cream, only ice cream. Never stop. Every thread of sugar spins like a hymn. Every chilly ripple pulls me in. Only flavor left when the noise goes dim. Only ice cream sings on my skin. Slow lick, slow smile, silver spoon gleams. One small universe of cream. Ice cream, only ice cream. Call my name. Ice cream, only ice cream. Melt the same. Ice cream, only ice cream. Scoop by scoop. Ice cream, only ice cream. Never stop. Last cold whisper, last soft sea, fade away.
I like that's one of my favorites. Peanut butter, and my favorite two are peanut butter and chocolate and mint chocolate chip. I get those together often. Peanut butter and chocolate's so good though, man.
Ice cream, only ice cream. Call my name. Ice cream.
wanna write about me and a crew, about something we did or supposed to do. Yeah, you might not have heard it, or maybe you have. But when
Cold school morning, silver light on cream, tiny planets melting into dreams. Spoon dives through velvet, ribbon and slow. Vanilla whispers, chocolate rivers flow. Strawberry blush like a secret.
You guys probably thought that was part of the song.
Every single taste, a soft frozen beat. Tummies, winter spun and two lace. One more scoop until the world fades. Ice cream, only ice cream. Call my name. Ice cream, only ice cream. Never same. Ice cream, only ice cream.
Soft hairline.
Yeah, I gotta get that.
Thread.
I want to put that on. There it is. All right, try that one. You're the only one that knew that was me. Everyone else thought, "Wow, that's the AI." Yeah, it was cool how I stopped and then boom, they started singing. That was just like pure luck, but hey, it was kind of cool. Anyways, I'm just rendering one last song. I keep saying that, but this is the one that was. I said, make a song about how you're supposed to eat different food. For example, like a corn dog has to have mustard on it. And then it said, hands on the table and the rules are neat. Take a little breath and learn to eat. Corn dog calls for mustard, not a spoon. Pizza tastes best when you... What do you mean, not a spoon? What is that even? Pizza tastes best when you fold it like a tune. Sushi asks for soy and a ginger slide. Chopsticks in your rhythm. Let the flavors... I guess we'll just see how this one turns out. This is it, though. This is it. Yeah, this is going to be the last one right here. I swear to God, man. I swear to God. You guys can all go to sleep. You don't like ice cream, Haley? Come on, man. Get some of that peanut butter and chocolate. Yeah. I don't like... it's hard to eat ice cream now because I think I became lactose intolerant when I got older. There was a time where, you know, my teeth are really good now, like, but there was a time where I didn't go, I always brush my teeth and stuff, but if you don't go to the dentist, you're screwed, right? So I didn't go to the dentist for a while, and then they put me on these antibiotics and shit, and my, like, what happened? My stomach, yeah, all of a sudden after those antibiotics, my stomach couldn't handle certain foods anymore. Like it killed whatever it was. That, yeah. Oh wait, there it is. Let's see. Guess we'll see how it goes.
Hands on the table and the rules are neat. Take a little breath and learn to eat. Corn dog calls for mustard, not a spoon. Pizza tastes best when you fold it like a tune. Sushi asks for soy and a ginger slide. Chopsticks in your rhythm, let the flavors ride. Little hands and big mouths, learning right from wrong. One bite at a time and you can sing along. This is how you eat it, this is how you eat it. Follow the little rules and keep the taste complete. This is how you eat it, this is how you eat it. Simple little manners make the meal upbeat. Spaghetti needs a twirl, not a flood of sauce. fingers never let it cross. Steak wants a knife and fork and steady time. Bagel likes a gentle smear, not a mountain climb. Timing and a tender touch for every single course. Taste the music in the mouth, let manners steer the force. This is how you eat it, this is how you eat it. Follow the little rules and keep the taste complete. This is how you eat it, this is how you eat it. Simple little manners make the meal a beat. Ice cream gets a lick before it melts away. Soup, you sip the warmth, don't smoke the savory spray. Oysters love a lemon kiss and a brine each year. Chocolate waits for savoring, not chomping in a year. One mustard dab, one pizza fold. One tiny twirl, one story told. Bite with care and share the light. Eat it right and hold it tight. This is how you eat it, this is how you eat it. Follow the little rules and keep the taste complete. This is how you eat it, this is how you eat it. Simple little manners make the meal a beat. Hands on the table and the rules stay sweet. Learn the way to eat and make your heart beat neat.
That's pretty good, just for just that. Yeah, weird how you can just type something in, it makes a whole song out of a concept. That's how it did it on the Paper Hearts. You know, just a simple little thing that made that whole thing. Anyways, thanks everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm sorry if I missed some of your guys' comments and stuff earlier. Especially when I'm reading a lot of documents, I don't get to see a lot of, or articles. I don't see stuff as much. Anyways, thanks for you guys, the freaks. Good night, Lisa, Chicken Wing, Marty, Phyllis, Lori Bach, Shake My Head, Haley. I'm just reading up as I go, and that's it, man. You guys are the only ones still here. Isn't that funny? So thanks for hanging out. We'll see you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Man, we got to keep following that story, though. That thing is crazy. So if you guys see any updates or anything, just send them on over. That's about the craziest case I've seen in a long time. It almost doesn't even seem real. It's so beyond, like, normal, you know. Kind of makes Coburger seem sort of normal, you know. It's ridiculous. Keep your ears high and mustard low on the dog. That's what it should have said. Mustard on your hot corn dog. Jesus. If yours are low, get surgery, okay? All right, see you guys later. Hide the fact that you've got low ears. A serial killer in plain sight had surgery on his ears to make them higher than his eyes. Good night, you beautiful freaks. Or beautiful.
Evil can never be dead enough. And some of you, you make shit up. Hey, Allah, oh.